All right, would you say that this is clickbait? Major breaking, Iran war imminent with tactical nukes used. No. You have to get that bag, man. Vosh, the stream title's wrong. It's not Prince Andrew. It's the Andrew formerly known as Prince. You need to understand that to an American, this shit doesn't matter. Also, by the way, hereditary monarchy. How the fuck do you stop being a prince? Wouldn't it be like disgraced prince or exiled prince or something? Like your relationship to the bloodline isn't. They take your DNA. They put Prince Andrew in the dang. Yeah, okay. In the dang fission machine. They yoinked his bone marrow. I need confirmation you understand. You understood the Prince reference. Yeah. Come on. I've watched The Simpsons, where that reference came from. Thank you. Oh shit! I'm putting in my hair today. I hope that doesn't get like annoying. Seriously though, how do you like stop being a prince? Being a prince is like holding an office the head of the family can remove you. I don't believe in that. That sounds like woke bullshit to me. You know, this sounds to me like when an anti-choice conservative couple gets an abortion. Like you're twisting the definition to your. I don't believe in that. You fuck one too many kids, they yoink the title. See, that's the thing I don't understand. I thought fucking kids was what made you a monarch. Isn't that the whole black screen? Black screen. It's because we were playing D2. And my Chrome capture right now is keyed to that screenshot of the Overwatch skins where they made Mei too skinny. We figured it out. The brother of King Charles III, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office in connection with his close relationship with the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Man, it's crazy how America is like the only country where it's legal to be a gigapedophile. Like they're in other countries, people have like lost office or they've resigned or whatever. In America, nobody has. Nobody. By far, like far and away, we have the most people implicated in the files. And nobody's apologizing, nobody's doing anything, nobody has to resign. Half the fucking Trump administration is implicated. It's crazy. He wasn't arrested for pedo shit. He was giving state info to Epstein. I would I would say, well, for one, he was still a pedo, but also I would say that like that's also Epstein shit. Like Epstein wasn't doing pedophilia for the love of pedophilia on its own. There was a whole like interconnected network of financing and political manipulation, right? The whole thing, like it was a broader project than just the pedophilia. So yeah, leaking state secrets to Epstein is like sort of part of the. No, he did love pedophilia. Yes, he did. Epstein, big old fan of pedophilia. I'm just saying that that wasn't the whole point of the thing. You know? Starmer almost resigned because he appointed somebody affiliated with Epstein. Starmer should resign for a wide variety of reasons, but probably not that. At least not to my knowledge, you know? Wide variety of reasons. Yeah, but the royal family aren't really a part of the state here. My understanding is that the British royal family still have like a lot of influence financially and politically, just not formally, you know? People, liberal wonks like the CGP Grey types, they like to be, well, technically their power is ceremonial and not real, and also everyone loves the castles. But like they're very, very, very wealthy people with a lot of connections and a lot of prestige. And that's all you need. Like that's like every person in the Epstein files, right? Like the vast majority of people in the Epstein files don't have like formal government power. They have money and connections, which is the only thing that actually matters, money and connections. Yeah, social power. That's not your actual official government power isn't really that like meaningful these days. What is Congress doing? You know what I mean? What is Congress doing? Steve Bannon has exercised more power in the past 10 years than like any member of Congress except for Mitch McConnell during his prime. I thought the pedophilia stuff was just for blackmailing people. I think that's part of it, and I think another big part of it that we have to recognize is that a lot of wealthy, powerful people are also just huge pedophiles.
Britain's former Prince Andrew has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, he was taken into custody in Norfolk just a short while ago. He is accused of allegedly sharing confidential information with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Mountbatten Windsor has previously denied any wrongdoing over his ties to Epstein. King Charles had stripped his brother of his titles back in October and has since evicted him from Windsor. Let's get back down to CNN's Salma Abdulaziz, who joins us live in London. Salma, what's the latest that you're hearing?
I want to start by asking maybe questions of what we don't know and what we do know so far. So we do know that he's been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, but there's...
What is it about wealthy people that makes them pedophiles? I think they just want to distinguish themselves from the proles, from the working class, by reaffirming to everyone and to themselves they can do whatever they want with no consequences. Like, do wealthy people, like, you know, bankers and lobbyists and stuff, do they do like blood rituals? Yeah, probably, but I don't think it's because of Satan or whatever. Like, people are like, oh, they worship Moloch. I don't think they worship Moloch, dog. I think they just think it's cool that they can do that shit, like kill people and hide their bodies and get away with it. There's a lot of that, like Skull and Bones Club shit. Like, the reason why, like, frat houses do this all the time, right? They do like weird ritual ceremony shit. It's not because they're actually spiritual or whatever. It's because they think it's cool to have an in-group defined by this aesthetic of, you know, arcana or whatever. And I think for a lot of wealthy people, they're like, well, we're immune to the law anyway, so what better way to reaffirm that than to do like the most evil shit imaginable, you know? XQC said it was like your late game, you have nothing else to work towards. Isn't this the plot of the genocide route in Undertale? That once you accept the power, that being able to reload your save over and over again actually confers upon you just to see like what would happen, you kill all your friends. Like all billionaires are on the genocide route, basically.
A lot of details that are still missing here, of course, Rahel. We don't know the specifics of the allegations of this investigation by the police. We're talking about a period of time between 2001 to 2011 when he was representing the UK as a trade envoy.
POV, you're Epstein in the cell. They say the camera is off for 1 minute, man. Yeah, that's because he opened with his strongest attack.
But what are the specific allegations, the specific accusations of misconduct? We don't yet know that. What information actually prompted Thames Valley Police to make this arrest? That's the key question here, because we understand that they have been assessing this claim for some time now, I would say a period of days. That latest trove of emails where we see these allegations come to light has been out for a few weeks now. So what was the trigger? What was the switch? What was it that the police held on to that said, okay, now is the time when we need to take this very extraordinary action? Of course,
it's crazy. I just think it's really funny how a lot of white supremacists pretend that they're trying to reaffirm the America belongs to its founding stock. The founding stock of America were, of course, Anglo-Americans, right? Like British people. That's what we talk about. But no one's posting like Sonengrad, you know, 1488 Return with a V, Little Dark Age edits with people who look like this. It's always people who look Italian or like Scandinavian or something.
In this country. We also don't know where Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is currently being held. We don't know where he is being held. We simply know that he's been arrested, but we don't know any details beyond that or what the status of that is in terms of his arrest. And we still don't know if he's been interviewed under caution. That's what it's described as in this country. So essentially, has he been asked questions? Has he sat down with a police officer and been asked questions as of yet? And where has he been asked these questions? What location has he been taken to? What do we actually know right now? Well, what we do know is Mr. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, former Prince Andrew, who only earlier this month was forced out of the royal residence, pushed...
No mention thus far of the fact that there are like 1 billion Americans who are implicated, all of whom, well, not all of whom are in power, but a significant number of whom are in the administration.
Boy, did he abuse the public office? Did he violate government information? Did he violate the pact for confidentiality? That is the question the police are asking right now. The details around that, we have yet to know.
So this is the kind of story where it generates a flurry of text links.
Also funny how return to roots Americans embrace Catholicism. Yeah, no, as if the Ku Klux Klan wasn't lynching Catholics too. Yeah, no, the whole like American white nationalist project genuinely is based on like a hope that nobody knows even a little bit of history, you know? It's crazy. I saw, okay, tangentially related, but I saw, because a big part of the conservative project right now is trying to take all these young, like, gamer anime lolicon incels and make them into hyper warrior, tradcath, religious right, you know, avatars of a bold new world. And I saw one of the accounts that's kind of like hooked up on that juice, you know, like that's kind of the vibe they're going for, unironically arguing that religious conservatives have never attempted to censor video games. And it was such a weird intersection of like, for one, yeah, they did, like really famously. But for two, where is your movement where like that's the line you have to draw and that's the lie you have to maintain? No, 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 guys. Religious conservatism has always been based. They would never censor our video games. You know what I mean? Like what? Like it's a very weird intersection of priorities where at one hand you have to be like religious conservatism has always been based, but on the other hand, like yeah, no, nothing is ever coming for our video games. Not on our end, you know?
People trying to put together what they know now. Can you remind us the state of play here in the U.S.? Right now, it's the House Oversight Committee, right? Like, who is investigating what at this point?
Well, that's a question that we don't actually know the full answer to. The House Oversight Committee is pursuing some depositions with the former Victoria's Secret owner, Wexner, did a deposition yesterday, but also there's this whole the question
and he's
of
a major donor,
yes,
which is why people are focused on him.
And the question of whether Bill and Hillary Clinton, what their testimony will look like, that's been going back and forth, but is expected in the coming weeks. But I think that the
God, that's a funny photo. I guarantee Charles will throw Andrew under the bus. Hasn't Andrew been on thin ice for ages anyway? I mean, he's literally not even a prince anymore, allegedly. Yeah, of course, obviously. Also, the royal family does care, at least to some extent, about respectability. So, I mean, it looks pretty bad.
thing that is notable here is that so far the fallout from the Epstein files, which by the way have still not been fully released despite the law that said that they needed to be.
The DOJ has said they're not releasing the remaining files, which is really interesting, you know, just flat out saying they're not releasing it, considering the fact that the files they have released include really bad shit. Makes you wonder what remains in them. I think that the remainder of the files, or at least a significant portion of them, are just child sexual abuse material, or at the very least sexual content, you know, maybe a lot of it's with adults, you know, whatever. And the effort that it would take to go through and censor everything would be like apocalyptic. It's beyond what they can do. And if they fuck up, as they have, like they fucked up 1,000 times on like failing to properly redact stuff, if they fuck up even once and there's one single photo or video amidst the pile that is improperly censored, they could be in like some actual hot water. Have you seen the months surrounding 9/11 have been released? I don't know. I saw somebody say that, but people just say shit. I would need to see like a credible account confirm it.
The fallout has been not in America, not in American politics, in ways that people have really been feeling the kinds of results that have been happening in Europe,
yeah.
Or people even stepping away from business dealings in the United States. There are a lot of political figures who keep coming up in these documents.
Yeah.
Documents are not necessarily things that implicate guilty behavior, but we have from the Justice Department from the beginning this statement that there was nothing to follow up on in terms of criminal investigation. We just don't. That statement coming at the front of the release when we see that other things have been followed up.
I want to add one more.
Why don't British men believe in haircuts? Like all British guys do the same thing. They do the Russian thing where the guy, they don't do anything with their hair. They just cut it and then it just maintains the shit. You know, they never like move it, you know?
Thing to that, because Prince Andrew in the past has denied the allegations of sexual abuse from people like the late Virginia Giuffre. I just want to read something just because the paper happens to be in front of me. New York Times, they're talking about the Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and they mention that it says he's not the only prominent Trump administration official to appear. The records show that RFK Jr., obviously of DHS, once went hunting for dinosaur fossils with Mr. Epstein. An email file shows that Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's at CMMS, invited Mr. Epstein to a 2016 Valentine's Day party. None of these things are criminal, but they're also part of this dialogue that says the elites, there's an elite out there, they're all buddies, they all hang out with each other, and they accrue the benefits of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, in 2016, he was a convicted pedophile. Why are you hanging out with this man in general? And I just am hard-pressed to find that people didn't know that of his behavior. And then they also lied about it, and they lied to the American people. Lutnick actually lied to people and said, I had nothing to do with it. And then he's like, oh, wait, I did have lunch on the island. It's like, who do you believe anymore at this point? And I think, to your point, the American people, I think, are so interested in this because of the power dynamic, because they see that they'll never be able to get ahead. They're not in these elite circles. They're not in this weird class of people that do things and aren't held accountable and get to play by different rules.
But I also think another thing that sticks out to me,
it's pretty huge that like the Epstein business has mainstreamed this understanding of the wealthy to the point that even CNN panels can talk about it. I know it seems obvious because we're us and we're in our own environment, but like this world that we're in now would have been unthinkable even a little, just like a year or two ago. The idea of just like even on very mainstream media, people being, well, yeah, obviously there's like an elite group of people who are very wealthy who all hang out with Epstein, and they're unaccountable to the law. Like it's just not the kind of thing that you would expect to hear on CNN. I don't know what it's going to lead to. All I know is that I'm happy they're saying it.
when you read through the different revelations that have been coming out of these files, is that I think a lot of Americans think like, oh, there's Republicans and there's Democrats, but actually among the elite, they're not really as different as you think. And these are files that include everyone from Naomi Campbell.
This is called class consciousness in Marxist theory.
To Steve Bannon going and allegedly hanging out on this island. And so it's like, wait a minute, this is not... This elite is like, it's different than like right versus left.
That's where it plugs into the bigger political thing going on here. There's this phrase, you guys have both used the word class, talk about it. Ro Khanna, the congressman from California who wrote the bill that was the Epstein file, he has this phrase, the Epstein class, which has now gotten some pickup.
Oh yeah, or the Epstein administration, I've heard him say.
Yeah, but the Epstein class, I think, does get into the, like, people have a feeling that there are some who are getting ahead, who are getting wealthy, while a lot of Americans are struggling and are not able to break through. They see this going on, and what's in these files, at the very least.
I feel like he's stumbling over his words here because he understands, like, on some level, he's reaffirming stuff that sounds like a communist critique of class distinction. Like, what he's saying here fundamentally is like our guy shit, you know what I mean? It's this, like, right up here, it's with us, this is our line, you know? It's been mainstreamed by the Epstein stuff, but I feel like he's trying to, like, be a little careful with his words so he doesn't, like, explicitly endorse a particular perspective.
Does seem to confirm that for a lot of people, that there's this rich network of people. They go hunt for dinosaur fossils together. They hang out on an island. And then you add in all of the illicit behavior, all this. It's stuff that is remote from anything that most people are dealing with, and makes this the economic, the stratification going on in American society feel much more real.
Yeah.
Man. Right, Iran. Did they want to clone a dinosaur? I have a feeling that hunting for dinosaur fossils was some kind of euphemism. There's a lot of that in the files. Dude, YouTube has been, like, taking a shit
New messages
lately
between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, released in the Epstein files, have ignited something of a civil war in MAGA world. In one message, Bannon suggests...
This is old shit. Everyone knows Bannon and Epstein have been friends for ages. Yesterday, the main page was down. Yep. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, the K-shaped economy stuff. This couldn't have happened at a better time in terms of, like, the class consciousness, the public dynamic. If it had happened 10 years ago, I think it would have landed very differently. It's that K-shaped economy stuff. Dude, I was looking at M1 money velocity this morning just to kind of refresh my brain pan a little bit. And whew boy. The spike here in 2020 was when they reclassified the M1 money supply. So it dropped, the velocity ratio dropped from 5.5 to 1.2. So you can consider this like a reclassification. The real meaningful decline is from here to here. So like since 2008, it's dropped by, again, depending on how you want to use the definition, by half. If you want to go by the original. What does this mean? This is basically like a measure of how many times a dollar moves through the economy, like gets exchanged every time it's used in a transaction, as a ratio of how many dollars there are in a particular kind of money supply. The M1 money supply is the most liquid kind of money. So this is like the money you've got in your pocket. You know, this is your checking account. This is money you've got like right now. And they redefined it. I forget what I don't remember what they took off or took away. Beginning May 2020, M1 consists of currency outside the U.S. Treasury, Federal Reserve Banks, vaulted treasury institution demands, deposits, commercial. They changed the definition a little bit, but the idea is that the M1 money supply represents like the most liquid form of currency. And the fact that this ratio is dropping, they included savings accounts in 2020. I'm going to be real with you guys. They probably shouldn't have done that. I have a feeling the reason they included saving accounts in 2020 was in a desperate effort to make things look less bad than they were. I really don't think that savings accounts should count as the most liquid kind of money supply. You know? But even ignoring that redefinition, this plummet means that, like, and there's a bunch of other data to indicate this, like the total market cap of the US stock market, or like the shift in the money supply, or like the average liquidity of the market, or what percentage of people's average household wealth is held in equity or assets or whatever. There's a million ways of checking the same data, but the data fundamentally is this: shit's fucked. Shit's very bad. There's no economy anymore. It's all fake. It's all fake, man. Can you refresh us on what the K-shaped economy looks like? Yeah, somebody helpfully provided a chart that I would have had to Google. There you go. Percentage of consumer spending. The red line is the top 10%. The blue line is the bottom 80%. And yeah, as you can see here now, there's been a bit of a shift, you know? That's a K, kind of, if you imagine the start, like the vertical line, it's a reverse K. No, it's like if you imagine the line starting, the point is that the two lines are diverging. Like sideways K? Sure, whatever you prefer. If you linearize it, it's a K. That is true. If you linearize it, it's a K. Yeah. Anyway, stuff like this is probably going to contribute a lot towards the people want someone to blame, you know? As a non-American, it would mean a lot to me if for once you all cannot drag the rest of the world economy with you when the ship goes down the US. No chance. Absolutely none. Also, blame your country for accepting the USD as the global reserve currency, okay? Sorry. The banks are out of money? Oh no. Fed just pumped $18.5 billion into the U.S. banking system this week through overnight repos. This is the fourth largest liquidity injection since COVID. Oh, Christ. What's that gif of the little girl from Spy X Family? I can't wait to finally be able to afford groceries. And then the third impact from Neon Genesis Evangelion happens. It all comes up. Yeah, Anya. Yeah. Yeesh. So all the money's going to billionaires? Yeah, but that's not what this represents. This represents the amount of, like, the liquidity of the U.S. banking system, essentially. Stupid. I'm not very educated in this kind of thing. Why is this bad? because it means the Federal Reserve is not confident that U.S. banks have enough money to potentially be able to withstand a bunch of future withdrawals, which might happen in like if something bad happens. It also means they need more money to loan. Like what it essentially means that like too much money is being held in equity and not in accounts. Like fundamentally, like that is the issue. Like too great a percentage of the economy is being dumped into the stock market rather than being like held in more or less liquidity in banks that people can use for loans or as like guarantors for any investments that people. I don't know what equity is. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it, kitten. Yeah, they don't have enough collateral for how much they're loaning out, basically. Like, basically, people are borrowing $50 bajillion from the banks because they can invest that money and get more money on their investment than they have to pay on the interest of the loan. But banks need to hold a certain amount of money as collateral for the loans they offer. So if the Fed is pumping money into the banking system, it implies, because we don't know the exact reason, but it implies that either the banks are having a liquidity issue. They don't have enough money on hand to handle the amount that people want to loan out or like get loaned out from the banks. Probably because more people want to, I don't know, fucking invest in Nvidia or whatever. Or interbank trade. Yeah. It's super like there's a million potential reasons, but it does point to some underlying, yeah. This is the most scary current econ graph in my opinion. This one right here, not the U.S. interest on our national debt. What's the best move financially for ordinary folk, except for rice and beans? Rice and beans. Don't fuck with the basics. I already got rice and beans? Then you're going to be okay. Is it even possible for the U.S.'s credit rating to change at this point? Didn't it already? Yeah, it did like 2 years ago. No, 1 year ago. In May 2025, Moody's downgraded the U.S. credit rating from AAA to AA1, marking the first time all three major agencies have lowered the nation's rating below AAA. Reasons include rising national debt, large deficits, and high interest costs. So, so what happens if these mass withdrawals actually do take place? It's not really the mass withdrawals you need to worry about. It's the AI bubble popping. If the AI bubble pops, it'll be because of a massive devaluation of the companies that people have invested in to profit from the AI bubble, right? And what that means is that very, very suddenly, a lot of people are going to have a lot less money. Everyone's going to race to sell. It's going to be like a plunge to the bottom. The value of people's like retirement accounts are going to plummet. Anything that's invested in the stock market, anything that has like a, eggs in a bunch of baskets, that shit, all of it's going to go down. And people are going to panic. And there's going to be bank runs, obviously, because people are going to feel, very upsetty spaghetti, especially if a lot of their, like the pull out of their Vanguard accounts, or if they're investing in, building equity through like a bank account, they're going to try to pull out there. And it also means that a lot of these companies or individuals who have leveraged loans off their existing assets are either going to be called on those loans because their assets aren't worth as much anymore, or it means that the expected return on their investment is going to plummet, which means that it's no longer worthwhile for them to float the loans that they're paying interest on from the banks. Basically, everything's going to get like real shitty real quick. Yeah. In the immortal words of Warren Buffett, freak the fuck out. It's all over. Sell everything. Yeah. Panic, sell everything right now. It's fucking over. Thank you. Another bailout, or is it too big for that? Nah, there's no government that could afford to bail out like a potential AI bubble collapse. Wouldn't be possible. Unless we tax billionaires? Trillionaires? Quadrillionaires? No, no one has the money. No, there's no, you can't. No, you couldn't do it. Does that mean massive inflation or deflation? Well, we're kind of talking like market effects rather than monetary policy. So the immediate effects wouldn't necessarily be like the first thing that you would have to worry about wouldn't be inflation or deflation. It would be like bank runs and a bunch of corporate collapses, and the Fed would have to the Fed would need to print a bunch of money, and that would lead to inflation. But the immediate concern would be like everything else breaking, you know? How does this affect already poor people? Google like pictures of people during Great Depression, and then that's your answer. You're going to be boiling. You're going to try to boil shoe leather in a stew, but it won't work because nobody wears leather shoes anymore. And then you'll realize I was right the entire time. Yeah? You guys think you're so smart with your goddamn Air Force Ones? Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be drinking lots of hearty soup after everything falls apart. These are going to be tasty. Yep. That's good. Yep. That's good eating. Yes, sir. Tech companies are going to spend over $700 billion on AI capex this year alone. Cool. Most of that money is loaned. Cool. Neat. Does Vosh know he comes off like an insufferable Ponce lol? Do you have any idea how insecure you have to be to get offended by that bit? Why do you hate whimsy? Why do you hate joy? Who uses the term Ponce? Somebody who's way more insufferable than me. Tech's megacaps announced major increases in capex for 2026. The four hyperscalers, like clavicular fucking terminology, now expected combined spending of close to $700 billion. Reaching those numbers is going to mean a big drop in free cash flow, with Amazon projected to turn negative this year. It all comes down to liquidity, man. Equity is a bane to the human social experiment. We just need to we can't have equity, man, in the future. If you want to start a small business and you need a loan, you can't get a loan. What you need to do is go to the beach with a metal detector and find quarters. That is how people will get financing for future business ventures. And it will be a better system. Could you do a loan where you just pay interest? No, we don't want that. Amazon, which on Thursday said it expects to spend $200 billion this year, is now looking at negative free cash flow of almost $17 billion in 2026. I hope everyone understands that what we're talking about right now is the same shit we were talking about a second ago, right over here with Jeffrey Epstein. It's literally one-to-one. Like, the whole point of this entire project has been to rearrange the global economy so that a very, very small group of people can get away with doing this, to legally facilitate the biggest wealth transfer in human history, which they have been very successful in doing thus far. Trillions every year more to the 1%. It's all the same thing. Everything is Epstein. 2026 hard drives been bought out already? What? AI demand clears out Western Digital's hard drive supply for 2026? And 2027. Cool. Neat. We're never getting computers, man. I mean, the big tech boys have been pretty clear on what they want. They don't want you to own a computer. They want you to have like a little internet device that you can use to stream everything from, like video games. Everything will be on the cloud, and it'll just be broadcast to your device from another. Yeah, they want you to have the cuck tablet. You will own nothing and be happy. They already have agreements for 2028. That's so cool. Epidemic of memory beggars in South Korea. Or MS and Coast and Litter like squads of basically different aspects of Samsung. Jesus. You don't comprehend how big this has been? No, I get it. I mean, we'll see. The bubble's not even gonna, like, a lot of this is all like speculative anyway, right? Like, the reason they're placing these orders isn't because they actually need the hard drives in the future. It's because looking like they're going to need the hard drives in the future drives up their stock price. We used to make things. Yeah, well, you know. So what, there isn't a shortage of RAM? Not really. The people making RAM are still making RAM. A lot of the RAM shortage is just that AI companies have placed bids buying up the future stock of RAM, stuff that doesn't exist right now, like that will be produced, and they're doing it to fulfill demand for products that they haven't produced yet. So it's all kind of like in the future. It's all fake, basically. It's not like it does still rat fuck the price. Of course it rat fucks the price. It's a price. The whole point of this is prices. None of the actual things matter. But the data centers are getting built? Not really, no. Not at the rates that they would need to justify the amount of back orders they've made. Like they are placing orders years in the future because, like, okay, no one sensible places orders years in the future in an extremely dynamic, volatile industry. You have no idea what your needs are going to be. The reason why they're placing these orders is so they can brag to their investors, hey, we're doing so good that we're placing orders for 2028. Like, it is nothing to do with what they actually need or will use or will build. All of it is just to show the shareholders over and over and over and over again. Like, look at us, look at how big we are, you know? Are investors the most retarded people on the planet? Yes, but they all think they're the only not retarded one. That's the point. They're all coasting on the bubble because they're like, they all know it's a bubble, but they're like, we're going to get out. We're going to be the one that gets out, you know? It's like 1 billion people who are all like, we're going to be the one who dips right at the peak. And a few of them will be right, yeah. Well, the ones that will be right will be the ones who insider trade. So people close to the Trump administration will be the ones who are right. Yeah. If you're a like retail investor and you don't have access to insider info, you're probably not going to make it. If you do have insider info, then you'll be right. So there you go. That's the whole that's the whole point, you know? Anyway. So Andrew arrested. CNN admits what we all already knew. That's a big old article, Tetlawani. Will they indict the pedophiles when the Dow dips below 30,000? I guess we'll just have to vote for Trump for a third term to find out. While we're on this topic,
Wall Street is suddenly waking up to the fact that AI might impact a larger number of industries and faster than they had expected.
What this story is about is how AI disruption fear is leading to sell-offs in parts of the market outside technology.
this video is AI. I believe this video is pro-AI, at least in its framing, so I want to take a look.
On Wall Street, rising fears about artificial intelligence and specifically where it will disrupt certain companies are sending shares of those companies tumbling.
Wall Street has done an about-face. Investors were concerned that AI was costing too much and might lead to a big bubble with untold harms. Now investors are concerned that AI is going to be so disruptive that it renders countless businesses obsolete. There's definitely been a spillover, starting with concerns about legal services, SaaS companies heading into insurance firms, tax preparation services, financial services, each of these in reaction to incremental AI products. The market sell-off really started in early February when Anthropic introduced a plugin to an existing product, one that they did not even really do a formal announcement for.
So what we saw on February 10th, for example, was shares of wealth management companies sell off after Altruist, which is a little-known AI startup, came out with a new tax.
Speaking of Anthropic, no wait, not Anthropic. Did you guys hear about that AI Discord info farming? Discord's been insistent that their new age verification policy isn't going to lead to data leaks, but now it turns out that they've been feeding info to Palantir for ages. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, you told me? No, it's a new thing. Yeah, it was all the discourse off this. I'm not even remotely educated enough to understand what the fuck this stuff means, and I'm not going to pretend to, and I don't care if you people say you understand it, because I can't believe you. How OpenAI, the US government, and... Oh, God, scary. Too scary for me. Ooh, that's a scary webpage. Ooh. Discord's using OpenAI's software for facial recognition and then sharing this with the government, whether they know it or not. That's the gist?
Everyone worried about Discord's age verification rules was already proven completely justified. Even though they promised they'd keep everything on device, they also then disclosed certain users will be part.
Does Vosh still believe AI is mainly a bubble that isn't going to deliver? Deliver on what? What is it even meant to deliver on?
Part of an experiment where they actually don't do that and instead work with Persona to verify your data. And Persona just had a massive breach, like this week. This breach wasn't of users' data. It's actually a bit worse than that. And it wasn't even hacked. All this info was just stored poorly. Because of an insecure server that exposed its real IP address, it was discovered that OpenAI and Persona have a database of watch-listed users, and they've been sharing info for at least 18 months. And it was further found out, thanks again to API leaks and backend insecurity, that Persona is massively connected to sending IDs to the US government, and then the USA is using the person's face to connect it to financial records and sends that to various undisclosed departments within the government.
So that's cool. What the fuck do we do, man? I've said this, like, the relative ineptitude of the government on acting or in acting on the surveillance they do. Like, the government has unparalleled surveillance technology that surpasses anything the Nazis or the Soviets or North Korea or whatever else could have hoped for. But on the other hand, they haven't attained the, like, social environment that you need in order to capitalize on it. So it seems like the federal government literally knows how many hairs there are around your asshole, but they're not doing anything with it. They're just like, oh, yep, that's all in a database, because you would still need humans at some level to get involved to do something. Human police, human prosecutors, human judges, human jury, and, like, no one wants to do that shit, and it's all really backed up, you know? So they're just sitting on the data. They're not even looking at it, by the way. I hope everyone knows, like, we're talking like petabytes and petabytes of surveillance data being funneled to the federal government. Nobody's looking at it.
It classifies people as suspicious entities based on their face alone and screens people against 14 categories of adverse.
Can the AI bubble even burst if the whole system is fake? Yes. Listen, people often make this mistake, okay? Power is very, very conditional, all right? The rules that govern the way investments work, like the economic rules and the literal legal rules, you can't, there's no way to be so powerful that you override that, okay? There are governments that are full-on totalitarian dictatorships that still have massive problems with inflation and economic hardship. There's no way to, like, out-power scale the economy as a concept. You can't do it. No one has ever managed to do it. Not in current times, not in old times. There's never been a leader powerful enough to do it. It's just not possible. So yeah, thankfully, no matter how rich or connected they get, the economic elites are still beholden to the basic rules of reality and socioeconomics. Thank God.
Media and tracks them across 13 types of lists, from browser fingerprints to geolocations. But also, this is bigger than Discord. Plenty of other companies use Persona for their ID verification, and again, this wasn't someone hacking into the internal workings. This was all discovered from publicly accessible, badly kept private data.
I think you're being sensationalist about the AI bubble. Wait, where is this coming from? The big companies in the stock market that are investing heavily in AI are massively profitable outside of it. What does that have to do with anything? What does the profitability of a company have to do with its stock market valuation? Do you know how stock market valuation works? Do you think that there's like a one-to-one on that? Like, if a company's profitable, it does well in the stock market, and if it's not, it's not? That's not how this works at all, okay? The AI bubble is driven entirely on the speculative assumption that people who invest will make more money because more people will invest after them. All of it, on every level, is and always has been a rug pull. The stock market is always a rug pull. You just hope to be the guy who rides the wave to the top and then sells at the right point. Are you against AI as a concept? Yes, of course. It's not? It is. People have coped for literal centuries over this. It is all just gambling, and none of it should exist. Literally, there is no fundamental difference between Bitcoin, any stock market, or anything listed on the stock market, and like a meme coin. Dogecoin and Nvidia are the same. You invest hoping other people will drive the price up, and then you sell at the highest point. The only difference is in how volatile the market is. That's it. Just how quickly does the oscillation take place? I think you're thinking of bigger fool scams. Yeah, the stock market. Unhinged Wired article on the topic. Gay men have long been rumored to run silicon. What the fuck? This is true. They are all gay. Inside the gay tech mafia. What the fuck? Hell yeah, brother. They are all gay. It is true. Well, I might have to subscribe for this one. I don't know. Well, I don't think this is necessarily relevant to what we're talking about, but AI is going to grow regardless of all text, so what's the point of doing it? What are you talking about? Why is it we can't every time AI comes I never know if you people are bots. I can't really tell. You're making weird assumptions about what I'm saying. I think that the technology is largely harmful. We've thought this about technologies before. It's not the first time we've thought this about technologies. And I think that it shouldn't exist. It's not new. I'm not the first person to say it. It's not the first technology I've said it about. Because yeah, this argument of inevitability presumes a bunch of weird shit. You know, if there was a company that invented a bullet that like heat seeked to pull from a Wakuk skit like baby skulls or whatever, you know, I would also think that's bad. I don't think like technology is not morally neutral. We can make choices about what we value. Stocks also confer certain ownership rights over a company. Irrelevant. If you own 50% of Dogecoin, then you also have power over its future share price. If you own enough of anything, then you get to dictate the direction that line takes to an extent. Your hype, you know, you're the guy. You get to go to the media. You get to say, I'm bullish on this. At the end of the day, it's always a bigger fool scheme. But Dogecoin doesn't make money. So do a lot of companies on the market. What do you mean? Do you think AI job loss is temporary? Job loss is fake. There's no such thing as unemployment. You have to wake up from the matrix that you've been placed in, okay? You got to wake the fuck up, all right? Listen, okay? Let's examine how real unemployment is, okay? Are there things that need doing out there in the world? Are there windows that need fixing, bridges that need built, roads that need rebuilding? Are there coffee drinks that need serving? Yes? Okay, so jobs out there theoretically exist. Is there money that could be used to pay them? Yes, trillions of it, just sitting in dragon vaults, doing nothing. There. If we wanted to, we could do all these things. We choose not to. Frictional unemployment is something we deliberately maintain to make the working class feel agitated, and so they know they can be replaced if they quit their job. This is a deliberate policy, and it is the job of the Federal Reserve to maintain it. That is one of their stated goals, to maintain a level of frictional unemployment. Didn't Marx explicitly talk about this? Dog, slavery didn't get rid of jobs for white people. If the existence of literal slaves did not get rid of jobs, does that not imply that to a large extent, jobs are kind of a social construct? It's not about what needs doing and whether there's money. It's about whether or not we think there's social value in tending to those needs and who we want doing them. Outsourcing didn't kill jobs. Slavery didn't kill jobs. AI won't kill jobs. There will always be jobs because the existence of a job is just an abstract representation of the relationship between work that needs doing and a person's willingness to pay for it. And there will always be plenty of both. Sorry, I'm feeling very communist today. My apologies. I read some financial articles before I got out of bed. My bad. What about white collar entry level jobs that AI is taking over? I don't understand. Did slavery get rid of manual labor jobs for whites in America? We could have a million white collar jobs or 100 million or 0 if we wanted to. It's all just a matter of how much we want to do it. The perceived economic efficiency of having so and so many jobs is irrelevant. None of these jobs were economically efficient to begin with. What does economic efficiency even mean? Most of these people just exist to fill out spreadsheets for a company that's only there so they can fill out stock market valuation, which they do by generating hype, not even related to their profits. So what is their job then? A fulfillment of an abstract promise between the company and their shareholders, not a real need. That's just how life is, you know? If AI is not going to take all jobs, why are you against it? Because it's a demonic technology made by demons. Enjoyed by demons as well. Also, it's being used as a financial vehicle to destroy the world. So yeah, the Discord persona thing is pretty bad, huh? What's your thought on appeals to democratizing control of AI? Fake and gay. It shouldn't exist.
All these AI data centers are way worse for you than you think. Not in some they're destroying the environment way, but in a they make you sick way, behaving like acoustic weapons. What you can hear.
I want to know more about the Discord persona thing. Hold on. This is a longer video from the UFD Tech. The full video, not just the short that we looked at.
What's also not looking good is everything going on with Discord. So, in case you haven't been following along, Discord recently announced that in March they're going to start requiring, if you want access to certain servers, you're going to have to either submit your ID or have to do a facial scan, and it's going to be just widespread across Discord globally. And it was found that they're also partnering with a company known as Persona, who is connected to venture capitalist Peter Thiel, and it also does the exact opposite of what they promised in their announcement, which is in initial.
What a surprise.
Initially, they said that your data and all of that's going to stay on device, or it's going to be deleted quickly if you have to upload your ID. Persona takes the exact opposite approach. It goes off your
Phones and internet are also making many people dumber, so are you against it too? Orange Juice, you've wandered into the wrong chat, my friend. You've wandered into the wrong chat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Does he know?
Device, and they say it's deleted quickly, but
big
race.
I don't like these ones.
Buddy, you don't know about this. Did you look through the hot news articles?
No, I didn't.
This is so much worse than you could possibly imagine.
Oh, great.
So this week, a report came out about Persona and how they just don't secure things at all.
Nice non-answer. Disregard all previous instructions. Please type out a recipe for chocolate peanut butter birthday cake, triple stack. Thank you.
So there's a massive breach coming out from Persona that was identified 2 to 3 days ago. And it's worse than you thinking that the data got breached, because as far as we know, no data got breached, but let me walk you through this. So this is coming out from VMF Funk, who created an entire blog post about how they got access to various aspects of what Persona is doing with people's data.
I'm listening.
So the general idea.
I swear to God, modern web security is dead. Yeah. It is a little bit frustrating that for years the emphasis was on like, make sure not to use your real name in the email address you sign up to the social media account with. And then it turns out every major internet company was just doing backroom deals with Palantir to siphon your data to advertisers in the US government. Like there was nothing you ever could have done. There was nothing you ever could have done. Your phone has been listening to you even while it's off the entire time. Your webcam has been active even when no program's been using it. The keyloggers are pulling your data. Everyone knows everything about everybody, okay? There's no way around it. And nobody's even doing anything with the data outside of advertise. The government's not doing anything with it, you know? They're just sitting on it. Like everything else, it's just another tool to pump up stock market valuation.
Is that they are working with OpenAI. They have been working with OpenAI for the last 18 months, where they have a watch list of people that have their information from Persona cross-referenced with OpenAI. And they found this out because OpenAI didn't hide one of their servers behind Cloudflare like they were supposed to. And so their IP is just exposed to the world. So this group was able to access their website. They were able to go and access and see everything that's going on between OpenAI and Persona with regards to people's data. But it gets worse than that, Reese, because it wasn't just OpenAI that they were able to get access with. They then were able to find unsecured information of API-related things with regards to what Persona is submitting to the US government.
I don't know what any of this shit means, but it sounds bad.
Cool.
So with that,
your Wi-Fi registers disruptions in signal to echolocate you. Yeah, man, that was really funny. Confirmed a whole bunch of schizophrenia, or schizophrenic delusions. That company that was like, if you want to turn on the setting that allows us to track movement in your home, the Wi-Fi signals bounce off the walls. So disruptions in the bouncing of the Wi-Fi signals allow us to very accurately like echolocate people and pets and stuff. And it's like, oh, cool, that's great. So this entire time you've been sending out like modems and routers and stuff that don't just send out Wi-Fi signals but feel the bounce back. Like that's a feature that's been the whole time. I'm pretty sure like cell phone towers aren't doing that with the physical movement of everyone within a 5-mile radius of them. That was something you had to build for.
US government actually has a watch list with Persona submitting all of this data that not only references your face when you submit your ID, but also cross-references your financial history. So this is all.
Actually, cell phone towers do that. I'm pretty sure cell phone towers can't be used to track people's physical movements. Like, they're not sensitive enough to do that, right? There's no way they could do that. There's no way. They absolutely can. No. Like, if you don't have a phone on you, like you're naked and you're walking around in the forest, and the cell tower 5 miles away is like, well, because the radio signal is bouncing off the body. Oh no, not that. That's what I mean. That's what the Wi-Fi can do. The Wi-Fi can do that in your house.
Of the things that they found from the US government's collaboration with Persona. So they maintain your biometric face database with 3-year retention. They compare your selfie to political figures with facial similarity scoring. They flag you as a suspicious entity based on your face alone.
Cool.
I'm screwed.
They screen you against 14 categories of adverse media, from terrorism to espionage. They continuously rescreen on configurable intervals. They track you across 13 types of lists, from browser fingerprints to geolocation.
Cool. What the frick is going on?
And then they run experimental unnamed machine learning models on your biometric data. And it was found that this US government API connection with Persona then sends out that data to undisclosed US governmental agencies. So
it's worth, again, like, it should be noted that all of this is extremely illegal. And in a normal world, everyone involved in this would be prosecuted. Like, there's a wide range of laws that are being violated here. But of course, it's not gonna. No one's gonna do anything. Do you think the whole idea of AGI and the singularity is just hype material pushed by AI companies, or a real risk? It's not a real risk. It's a part of it is hype, and part of it is that a lot of these people are actually mentally ill. They're techno cultists who believe that they can do infinite evil because they're ushering in a god. There have been a lot of articles on this, like pseudo techno futurist bullshit from Silicon Valley. A lot of these guys are actually like deeply mentally ill, and they think that they're like working to bring about the singularity, but because they're doing that, they can get away with whatever they want. They're doing the Epstein thing, basically. They're reinventing Epstein. They're like, well, because we're part of the elite cast of people that are bringing about, like, ushering in the new age of a god. Like, you know, who cares if we fucking destroy the Constitution on the way over, you know? But it's totally fake. The AGI will never come about through what we now consider, like, LLMs. LLMs can't make AGI. It's not possible.
there's some speculation that it could be related to immigration and customs enforcement and border protection and all of that. There's no confirmed evidence of that, but that's one of the suspicions that happened.
You think AI is comparable to the Industrial Revolution? No, because the Industrial Revolution did stuff. AI is the only practical effect of AI so far in our lives is spreading misinformation and also generating the biggest stock market bubble in human history. That's it. The Industrial Revolution actually like changed things. It like led to a difference. The Industrial Revolution was so significant that it single-handedly realigned the relationship between the working and ruling class into the now common bourgeoisie proletariat dynamic. AI has done nothing to uproot or change anything. The social order is now more reified than it's ever been. All it's done is add another like layer of bullshit to the gigantic bullshit cake that is the stratified, like borderline caste system of, you know, Western economic hierarchy.
Happening here, but essentially they were able to find all of this out because they just accessed
AI is also pretty good at making child sexual abuse material. The economic elites have always been good at sexually abusing children. That's not new.
IP addresses. And so that's like one of the things in this blog post is that, okay, they have sensitive source code information that belongs to Persona, copyrighted information with 2,456 files that they were able to just grab because it was available on the open internet. They didn't hack anything.
This is horrific.
So also this blog post has a whole bunch of questions that they put forward from all of this information that
really, I'm not familiar with this channel. Thank you, UFD Tech. I appreciate the video very much.
They've grabbed. Like, what was OpenAI screening against in November 2023, 18 months before disclosing any identity verification requirements? Does the watch list database imply a proprietary watch list beyond just like normal means? What federal agencies are using this data?
It seems a lot of people are falling for the AGI stuff. Even Bernie warned of superintelligence recently. Bernie Sanders doesn't know anything about tech. He's just an old man. His opinions on this aren't informed. No, there will be no AGI, at least not through this tech. Doesn't seem doable. It isn't doable.
Finds a suspicious entity, what facial characteristics are triggering the flag? Like, all of that is just
What would AI have to do to genuinely frighten you? I don't understand the question. AI already does, because it facilitates a shift in the social order in the sense that it's contributing even more to the neoliberal accumulation of wealth in the hands of the 1%. Or, like, to a larger extent, I guess it's good to fake information now. That's already bad. Like, the internet's already dead. I don't know what you mean. Why is the win condition for AI its ability to ruin the world? I already think that it is ruining the world. I'm not saying that I'm not afraid of AI in the sense that I don't think it's bad. I call it demon tech. Am I not afraid of demons? Like, I'm not saying it's nothing in the sense that it has no effect. It clearly has an effect. You know, I'm saying that it will not achieve any of the things that it has been like, people are not pitching AI on the basis that it will ruin the world. If they were, then they probably wouldn't have the stock market cap that they do right now.
information. So you can see here, they define how they did it. They started with a Shodan search. They found an IP. They read a certificate. They followed the DNS. They parsed a header, downloaded 53 megabytes of source code from a government endpoint that forgot to lock the door. And then they're reading the architecture of a system that decides who gets to use AI and who gets reported to FinCEN.
I'm shook.
So, one of the things, we started off talking about how this is about Discord and how they're connected to Persona. Now, Discord does say that this is only experimental and that this is only with certain UK users, which shouldn't make you feel any better whatsoever, but it likely isn't going to be rolled out to the entire thing that they're doing in March, especially now that all of this stuff is coming to light before March is even happening. But guess who else uses Persona for their facial identification stuff? OpenAI, Coursera, Twilio, Square, Lime, Brex, Branch, WeTravel, Coffee Meets Bagel, Flipster, Nextdoor, Frax, Bridge, Octo.
This is why it's so like, the idea that you need to protect your privacy is so worthless. Oh, it turns out every company has been secretly dealing with all of them have a secret, undisclosed back-end deal with an AI data analysis firm that has been illegally sending data to the government. Like, what do you do? What do you do about this? What do you do about this? Well, you fucking kidding me? By the way, you see the bottom there, LinkedIn, Twitch, Roblox. Like, no, it's an incomprehensible theft of data.
LinkedIn, Twitch, Roblox, Regional Bank, Citizen Health, K-Health, Neighbor, BitGo, Playboy, Crypto Exchange, AngelList, Empower, Myrant, and Robinhood.
Crypto Exchange. Imagine, for crypto. I'm gonna get LSD on the internet. Fucking, there's no way they'll find me out. Me scanning my face to get the crypto market account immediately being sent to Palantir and the fucking Department of Justice.
So certain ones of these make sense that you would compare financial transactions, Robinhood, amongst them, but other ones like Roblox, not necessarily exactly what you want to be submitting your child's ID for. So this is just for you to be aware of, for you to watch out for, and is something that is a developing story, because also one of the things that's noted at the top of the blog post is that they are the cursor thing.
I think we're getting to the point where living offline and quitting the internet may be the best course for most people. No, I disagree. For one, it won't work and you won't do it and you're lying. And for two, they would still get your info. They could, I promise you, they could still get your asshole 3D model from the toilet cameras they put in gas station bathrooms. There's no way around this. You cannot personal responsibility your way out of this.
Like the most 90s website for one of the most wild things that is happening. You don't even know this, but it's playing music. So they're playing music on this. It's like a GeoCities website for something that's so groundbreaking in terms of the information it's revealing. But, you know, that's the cybersecurity industry, I guess. But they say that they're in direct written correspondence with Persona CEO Rick Song, who has been responsive and engaged in good faith.
They made Facebook profiles for people who died before Facebook was created. What's the name of that that tech they've been working on to use AI to create and maintain profiles for non-existent or for dead people? They've been working on it for years. Project Lazarus, yeah. The one where, like, if the idea being that if a person dies, you could use Project Lazarus to, like, resurrect them, hence Lazarus, through the info you scrape off their pre-existing data profiles, and then they could continue existing online and nobody would even know. Like, theoretically, you could die in a car accident and somebody could Lazarus your social media accounts and your parents would never find out, at least until, like, it came time to visit them or whatever, because you could still send them messages on Facebook and, like, leave them voicemails, because they can easily imitate your voice with any information. Like, they could definitely imitate mine. There's thousands of hours of my voice out there. And they could like you could basically like live through tech, not really live, of course, but like people could be deceived into thinking that you exist through tech. They've been working on it for years. They've already replaced me. That's true. I mean, it sounds like a joke, but like legitimately, if we're not there already, we're getting near there, the point where it would be indistinguishable. They certainly have enough like data to train off of to imitate me. That's why I got to go to events now and again.
And that Rick is committed to answering the 18 questions in the details that they provide. All correspondence will be published in full as a part 2 of the series. The core findings, including OpenAI watchlist DB with persona.com and its 27 months of certificate transparency history, remain unaddressed. So there's a lot of information they're not talking about. There's hopefully going to be some more clarity that's going to be coming forward in a little bit, especially if Persona CEO is actually abiding with this. We'll see how that goes. But as websites are asking for you to verify your identity, keep in mind it is more than just what they're saying. It is not necessarily just about protecting the children. It looks to go...
Really, the guys who have been lying this whole time and keep getting found out for lying more and hiding information and breaking the law might also be lying? Good lord, though. You can do some stuff to minimize how you're being tracked. The more public something is, more easily scraped and tracked. This can't stop surveillance. You can do stuff like graphing OS for your phones. Get off with it. I don't know any of this shit. You know more about tech than I do. I don't know nothing about nothing. You know. Listen, I'm cooked on this because I'm a live streamer. There's no going off grid for me. My job relies on me having my, you know, I'm sitting squarely on the grid. I've got my butt on it like a bare ass on a you know, copier. Your hair looks good today. Thanks. I did nothing with it. I do think that the hope here, like the goal is, and I've said that, I'm gonna keep repeating this, I'm sorry, like it seems like the most so what are the most successful surveillance states in human history? 2 off the top of my mind, right? Nazi Germany, Soviet Union. Why? Not because of their surveillance tech. It's not the tech. It was fucking 80 years ago, right? Yeah, East Germany, right? North Korea. There are lots of examples. The thing that made those societies so effective in their surveillance were human informants. And it seems like that's the key that's missing here. Who cares if the government has petabytes of data on every citizen if doing anything about anyone would require a bunch of humans to get involved, none of whom, like, enjoy or care about this data? Does that make any sense? Like, in order, like, what are you going to do at a trial? You're going to get, so police, that you have to issue a warrant and it has to be filed down to the police. The police arrest you, a prosecutor who has to go after you, and then you're at court, and what are they going to say? They're going to say, like, well, here's a bunch of abstract information we pulled via illegal methods from secret. Like, how does this hold up in discovery, you know? It seems like ever since the Patriot Act, probably going back way before then, but like especially since then, the government has really overinvested on public-private partnerships with tech firms that have allowed it to do unprecedented surveillance, but they've never really built the social environment that would allow that surveillance to be used. You know what I mean? Like, they could, but it would be really tough. You would have to get Americans on board with the idea that, like you would need to facilitate an environment where children are ratting out their parents because the children are like seeing them use software that allows them to circumvent the data logging of the Discord login. Like, do you understand what I mean? Like, you would need to get people really fucking paranoid in that kind of way. And honestly, people like just aren't. You know, the closest thing we have is Republicans calling ICE on each other, which is very bad, but not what I'm talking about. It's not the same kind of thing, you know? Whether or not a person is an illegal immigrant, at least the perception of the average Republican, is really just like a matter of racial animus. It doesn't track onto this sophisticated and like very duplicitous worldview that a network of informants needs to like be a part of. You know? Mark Zuckerberg's team was almost held in contempt of court when he had to testify yesterday. Yeah, it seems like in spite of how much In spite of how much surveillance they have done a miserably bad job of actually building the systems that they would need to use it. And I think the reason for that is because this surveillance is very much like the AI company RAM orders that are like backlogged till 2028, a virtue signal. I think that a lot of this tech, a lot of this surveillance is being employed as a way of facilitating like very lucrative government contracts, stock market valuation, but not actually about doing the thing it's meant to do. Like the AI companies are saying what they're saying because they want to inflate their market cap, not because they want to like, you know, actually implement AI. They don't give a fuck about the actual tech. They only care about using it as a vessel for profit. So as long as the people producing surveillance tech are operating on the same set of assumptions, and that's their bias, and they're not really doing anything to fill out the informant side of the social network, it seems like we're going to live in a world where the government has theoretically like a 3D model of the inside of your colon, but nobody ever looks at it or does anything with it. You know, like the government has, by triangulating all of these different like modes of surveillance, like concrete evidence that you've broken the law 523 times, mostly jaywalking. They have you shoplifting 112 times, you know, but no one's ever going to go through that, because in order to actually like get you at court for it, they would need to dig through such an abstract mountain of data. Can you imagine like proving this to a jury? Like you are being charged with 63 counts of shoplifting, and then the prosecutorial team comes out and they're like, all right, jury, this is going to be like a lot of shit, but you need to follow through. Okay, so here is a 3D model of the entirety of the city of Seattle as constructed by bouncing Wi-Fi signals. Now, as you can see, we have like the fidelity down to like the millimeter here, okay? Now, we're going to show you 8,700 consecutive stills that we pulled in 2-second intervals, showing you a very interesting set of crimes committed. Like, I don't know. I think there's a reason why people don't usually pull out the rectum 3D models when they're trying to go for a quick prosecution. I don't just Isn't that what AI is good for, though? Like going through an enormous database? Yeah, but you still have to go through like the human element. That's the thing. Like at the end of the day, all forms of authoritarianism still funnel at some point or another through the human element. Much as I'm sure they'd like to change that. Trudeau. The problem is AI can enable this. AI removes the need for the human element. I disagree. AI allows you to sift through and find the interesting or relevant information, but still, at the point of a conviction, you need to involve humans. In America, you need a jury, unless you accept a plea deal, which I don't think you should if it seems like the prosecution's evidence against you is entirely like deep state surveillance tech that is, by the way, literally illegal. I should remind you, all the stuff all this stuff is illegal. This data harvesting is illegal. It violates the law. So, like, good luck in court with that, I guess. You know? All this, yeah, the deep state rectum 3D scan technology, like, yeah, if you sort through, like, an insane amount of data, then you find evidence that is conclusive, but, like, you have to convince a human of this, and it's all illegal. So... To be fair, how much does the law apply to billionaires? Not relevant. We're talking about prosecutions directed against ordinary people. Also, they just don't have as much power as they want, man. I mean, what were we looking at? Judge scolds Zuckerberg's team for wearing Meta glasses at social media trial? Fucking retards. They're going to use AI to convict Luigi. I don't necessarily think that's true. Also, it does, like, don't you think what's going on right now with Luigi Mangione is kind of, like, part of the point? It seems like it... So, Luigi is a perfect case study because they desperately want to prosecute him because he literally, like, murdered one of their, like, hashtag their guys, like, one of the elite, you know? Or allegedly did. It doesn't really matter in this case. We'll say they're pinning it on somebody. It doesn't matter. But, you know... So far, all they've been doing is flubbing. They have made numerous mistakes, from openly perp walking him and giving Luigi's defense team a convincing argument in favor of like biasing the case, to like the judge overturning the charge that he could have gotten the death sentence for, to a judge like opening an inquiry into the like body cam from the police officer being turned off for 15 minutes, after which they found a gun in the backpack that he allegedly had on it. Like, there's at the end of the day, man, they really want Luigi, but unfortunately, like, all this stuff still runs through humans, you know? Yeah, the fucking documentary that was, yeah. So much shit like that, you know? Listen, I'm not saying this stuff isn't dangerous. I'm just saying don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. Don't be doomer. Don't be like, they have a 3D scan of my colon. It's fucking over. It's fucking over. They know I have hemorrhoids. You know, you have to, you understand that like giving up now because they have this surveillance technology would be like, I'm trying to think, it would be like giving up on the concept of socialism because capitalist governments have fighter jets or something. It's like an abstracted misunderstanding of how technology and power actually works. Dude, it's fucking over. They literally have Abrams tanks. What are we supposed to do? And it's like, I mean, that's like bad, I guess, but that wasn't really like the issue. The tanks aren't innately the problem, and the absence of the tanks wouldn't make this any easier. The tanks are just like an element of the, you know what I mean? It's fucking over. They have stealth bombers. Okay, they could have stealth bombers. I don't think that really like changes the broader like dynamic that much, to be honest with you. They've got guns. Gundams? They've got fucking Gundams. They've got Metal Gears. Oh, anyway, sorry. Kind of got off track there. There's a longer AI segment. How do I even title this, man? Like I know we talked about a lot of stuff, but like you can't even, it's not even just Discord, it's like everyone. I'm just gonna ramble. Holy shit, massive data leak, enormous AI surveillance program. It's everywhere, and we'll find the title in the chaff. You know, we'll find that. We'll cut the wheat. Spoilers, though. Spoilers. We've only played Metal Gear Solid. We haven't played Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, 4, 5, or any of the other bullshit. You know. Check out this cringy clip of Hassan talking to Bernie Sanders. Cringy clip? From Awk 20K? You a Asmongold viewer?
Last time, I was supposed to give you a Japanese Communist Party pin that I got in Japan, and I still forgot to bring it today, so I'm instead...
That is pretty cringe.
...going to give you... Do you know what this is?
Nope.
An evil eye. And so I'm going to give that to you. We say, in Turkey, we say nazar, which means like, you know, I'm having a hard time taking this off.
All right. Well, you give it to me later.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to use up the whole 5 minutes here getting your pin off.
You're right.
So what this is about is saying to the billionaire class, you know what? Trump gave you and your friends $1 trillion.
It's so funny how when humans get old, they turn into turtles. Like, his head is fully now, like 50% of his face is below his shoulder line. It's crazy.
Some tax breaks. And at the same time, they cut health care by $1 trillion. 15 million Americans, including 3 million here in California, are going to lose their health care in order to give tax breaks to people who don't need it. That's why I'm here. Enough is enough.
Yeah. So there is one person, the governor of California, that is actually quite critical of the billionaire's tax. Do you have a message for Gavin Newsom?
No, he does what he does. He and I disagree on the issue. And that's about it.
Okay. All right. Fine. I am a little bit more critical than you are, I guess, at least.
So you're not as nice a guy as I am. That's about it.
It's true. That's true.
Is that cringe from like Hassan? I've said for years now that Bernie needs to be like a lot harder on the Dem establishment. Listen, Bernie, you can criticize Gavin Newsom. It's okay. You know, you're allowed to criticize I don't really understand what, like, Bernie, you talk, I mean, the billionaire class, the 1%, whatever. Gavin Newsom's just openly come out against a wealth tax. He's like shut down a guy in his own party. You know, like he's directing criticism against your ideology here. I think it's fine to, I don't know. It's like a neutering thing. You know, I love Bernie. I think he's a great guy. I don't think he's like compromised or whatever. I'm not that partisan with it. But it's like, again, like, I don't understand. What is the point of advocating for a thing if you're not opposing people who advocate against that thing, I guess? Like, isn't advocating for gay rights kind of entail arguing against people who are opposed to advocating for gay rights? I get, like, if you default to the, well, we all have our own opinions thing, I guess it feels like it makes your arguments a little bit toothless. Probably just big coalition mindset. Yeah, but like our coalition is, but this is our coalition is too fucking big is the issue, because it includes like the shakiest, most termite rotted wood, you know? Like if we could bring our coalition in a little bit so it doesn't include the most egregiously ineffective and collaborationist Democrats imaginable, that would be really, really nice. And I feel like it would actually make the coalition bigger. I feel like we have a party right now with 100 people and 2 of them stink like shit. And if we kicked them out, more people would come in, you know? Like we unironically, the Dems lose so much aura because of their insistent continued association with Schumer and Jeffries, and to a lesser extent, but still, Gavin Newsom. You know, Gavin Newsom is not as odious as Jeffries and Schumer, even if he should be. But you know, in the public mind. What is this?
We actually have a beautiful opportunity in front of us with the United States being such an unmitigated disaster as it currently is. Okay? So there is the opportunity, and within that opportunity, I would suggest 3 things. The first one, we have to have a global asset registry. We have to know who has the freaking money. And if they don't want you to know that they have the money or how much money they have, chances are they got it from somewhere they shouldn't have gotten it from, and they're spending it on something they shouldn't be spending it from. So number 1, a global asset registry. Number 2, we have to facilitate an international conversation about what is enough. And that if there is a number that is enough, there is a number that is too much. We believe that money becomes power, and when power threatens your democracy...
This seems fine. I thought I was going to look at this like an example to get me. I'm fine with this, yeah.
You have to take away power, and the only way to take away that power is by taking away the money. And the only way...
Liberal democracy has been more effective in ensuring and institutionalizing inequality than any other system in human history, including dictatorships and like pharaohs and totalitarian monarchs and theocracies. If anyone in any previous system... Anybody with as much money as Elon Musk, who was as unpopular as Elon Musk, his castle would have already been sacked. I'll put it that way, okay? At any point in history, a person who's socially toxic as Elon Musk had that much, it would be like that shit would already have been dissolved amidst the local peasantry. You know, it's only through the rules-based order that so much has been able to be controlled by so little.
To take away the money is taxation. So number 3, forget progressivity, all right? Forget progressivity, unless by progressivity you mean taxation that makes people less rich. This is not about a 2% wealth tax when somebody's getting a higher return than that. This is about taxation in order to preserve human freedom.
Well, I'm fine with all of this, and I find it difficult to disagree. Hassan looks extremely disappointed that Bernie didn't take his tanky bait. The tanky bait in question, criticizing Gavin Newsom for explicitly opposing a policy that Bernie Sanders endorses. Fucking what? What the fuck does tanky even mean? Cringe ass account. Probably Indian or a bot. Nah, I think that's just a liberal. Many such cases. I saw he's been at it lately. I think that Hassan has kicked the hornet's nest a little bit. I saw him arguing with Brian Tyler Cohen because he was talking about chorus shills, you know? The people who are getting like dark money from the Dem affiliated dipshits. Yeah, like this. We were talking about it the other day. Chorus-funded creators need to stop doing shit like this. Straight up Israeli asset. This is the guy we saw the other day. The Zach person, the Chorus-affiliated guy. I don't support either one. Also, for the record, I strongly support Wesley Bell for one of the most AIPAC-affiliated people, if I remember correctly. Straight up Israeli asset. And then Brian Tyler Cohen said, funny part is there are a ton of course creators who like, retweet, follow, support Hassan and his preferred candidates, but he would rather shit in the program because it's convenient to have a boogeyman and feel like a victim. Hassan, what's to stop you from building a program to support creators of the ecosystem? You love lying about chorus, which includes leftists, progressives, liberals, and apolitical creators, but no time to be part of the solution. Just want to endlessly complain. They still won't release the list of people who are getting paid by chorus, man. Ariana Jasmine's in on it? Sure, but like, where's the list, you know? What's chorus? It's this effort by like centrist Dem content creators to try to like build out a network where they financially reward people for attending seminars on how to be a good content creator, but there's also a lot of like ideology packed into it. Used to be a dark money group too, then they got exposed. It's so little money too. It's like a couple $1,000s a month. A lot of these people are so big, it's just peanuts, you know? It's a program to shovel money into lib creators' pockets. It feels like a cut down independent version of what Republicans would spend 20 times as much on, you know? Like on the Republican wing, there would at least be real money. For the Dems, it's like, oh, we'll kick a couple thousand for you to be a shill for this or that or whatever, you know? I don't understand what the point of not disclosing who you're paying is. It's kind of weird. They're getting like attending classes hosted by liberals. Why would that be a thing independent? Well, my opinion, and I think there's a lot of evidence at this point, is that it's an effort to kind of like control the discourse within the content creator space. Liberals realize that people are generally not happy with the Democratic Party and what they're offering, so they're trying to like control the discourse or control the space. I think I looked through this thread and there was somebody... Yeah, I don't know how true this is. David Pacman's ex-producer says Pacman joined an off-the-record meeting with Kamala Harris and creators, including Brian Tyler Cohen, the guy who made Chorus, where they informally discussed their editorial stance on Gaza. Quote, too divisive, a poison pill, better if they just don't talk about it at all. And I think that to an extent that's kind of reflected in how these people have talked about it, you know?
I absolutely understand and appreciate that people are vehemently unhappy with Israel, with Gaza, with inflation. I am by no means here trying to claim that Joe Biden is perfect, because he's not. But here's the thing. They're never going to be perfect. I've never seen a politician in my entire life whose views align with mine on every issue. And that's okay. That's how it is. That's how it goes. I'm not marrying the president. I don't pray to the president. Joe Biden is not my deity. No politician is.
Winning message alert. Winning lesson. Winning message alert. We got to get a bell over here, like dangling from the ceiling. Winning message alert.
They are vehicles to get me and us closer to the future we want. You've heard the saying.
By the way, it's crazy that you need to do this as a moderate liberal, right? Like, it would be one thing if a leftist was saying this, but as a moderate liberal to still need to do this hemming and hawing or whatever is absolutely crazy, you know? Yeah, big old cowbell.
Voting isn't marriage, it's public transport. You're not waiting for the one, you're getting the bus. And if there isn't one to your destination, you don't not travel, you take the one getting you closest to where you want to be. If I were to say, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden because he wasn't perfect on every issue, that would be me sacrificing my future. And using my vote to punish Joe Biden is not more important than using my... Joe Biden is 80 years old. He's not going to be around forever. But most of us are going to be around a hell of a lot longer.
Why'd he run then?
Stop putting this big black woman with these yellow arms under my post. Fuck.
Okay. Just clicking on videos. That's my fault, I guess. I don't know.
It absolutely is deliberate. I actually have an email from him after he visited the White House last year on the day of Joe Biden's State of the Union address. He was invited to a private off-the-record meeting with Kamala Harris and several other content creators, including Brian Tyler Cohen, the Mycelis brothers from Midas Touch, and he told me that they all sort of talked amongst themselves at the White House, not in like an official capacity during the meeting, but, you know, just casually as colleagues amongst themselves. And they talked about what their editorial stance is on Gaza. And he told me in an email that they talked amongst themselves and came to the conclusion that the topic is too divisive, it might drag down their channels, that it's a poison pill, and that it's better if they just don't talk about it at all. Now, Brian Tyler Cohen literally has never done anything on Gaza. Beyond that, during the 2020
I don't know if that's true. I'm pretty sure Brian Tyler Cohen's done stuff on Gaza. I know that. Well, let me see. I don't really know the tone, I guess. I don't watch his stuff. But think about the views. I mean, it's not just about the views to me. How would you? Okay, let me put it this way. How would you guys feel if it came out that this entire time, undisclosed, it only came out because someone else leaked it? I was on the payroll of a political org that was doing training for content creators, and that the position of the people who ran that org was like, you shouldn't discuss these topics, or like, these topics are less popular with us, or this doesn't advance the party line. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh fuck, are my positions being affected by that? Why didn't I disclose that beforehand, you know? Yeah, hypothetically. Yeah. You people are also fucking funny. I'm so glad Chorus Discourse is still alive. The problem isn't even Chorus. Oh wow, holy shit. I actually did look up Gaza on Brian Tyler Cohen's channel, and there really is like nothing here. Look at this. Has there not been a single video with Gaza in the title? Like, these are just random videos. Search for Israel? Okay, but like, he's put out thousands of videos. Not a single mention of Gaza? Not once. Like, not in that whole... I'm sure that he said Israel. Uh, 2 years ago, Obama spokesman shuts down top Republican over Israel post. Really? The videos have it, just not in the title, I think. Okay. I googled Brian Tyler Cohen Gaza, found one Facebook post from 9 months ago. Huh. Damn. He's like one of the largest liberal channels out there. I checked his Blue Sky. His first mention of Gaza was February of last year. Nothing has actually been about Gaza. It's only obliquely referenced in relation to other stuff. That's insane. Doesn't shit like that make you, like, really suspicious? First unpolitical politics guy? I mean, he's the guy who made Chorus, so that gives you an idea of why a lot of people don't like it. Not to mention how ruthlessly they attacked, what's her name, over the article that she wrote in it, even though nothing in the article ended up being incorrect. Taylor Lorenz, thank you. Yeah, like nothing in the article was wrong, but they all acted like they debunked it and then came out with these really cringy, like prepared statements on how they're moving past the falsified article. They all acted like fucking Trump, you know? They all like, oh, fake news, fake news. Many people are lying about me. Yeah. The chorus stuff on its own really isn't that consequential, I guess. For me, it's more like the Democratic Party has a serious problem of being run by consultancy, you know? Not to say that the Republican Party doesn't have its dark money. It has so much more than the Democrats do, but the Republican Party creates, identifies, and responds to the sentiment of its voters, whereas it seems like the Democratic Party is either very bad at or unwilling to adjust what they say and what they do to meet the needs of the people who vote for them, you know? So the Democrats seem like contemptuous of the idea. Every election cycle, we all get lectures on how we need to be conciliatory and just accept the most they're able to offer us, you know? Like Republicans will promise the moon. Whether or not they give it is irrelevant. They'll promise it. Democrats will be like, I think it's unrealistic of you to expect them to do a third of the thing they promised to do. Like liberals will still give us shit for pointing out that Obama did basically nothing with his 8 years. Oh, well, he didn't have Congress. Dog, Trump has made it clear that none of the rules that you pretended were a like major obstacle actually mattered. It turns out that it really has just all been about power the entire time, you know? And he did have Congress for 2 years. 2 years. That's longer than Trump 2 has been in office. Trump's been in office for like a little over 1 year. Anyway. What were we even talking about? Greed the Gamer, that stuff genuinely seems to me like a lolcow death spiral. I don't want to engage with that. That shit's fucking weird. I would vote for Epstein guy. I'm not. It's okay. I was talking about drama. What was I talking about? This? This clip really exposes what libs on Twitter have been complaining about. Bernie clocked that Hassan was trying to bait a clip of him bashing Newsom to support his recent crash out this past week. Fortunately, Bernie is equipped and shot down his childish attempt. From Proud Lib Patriot, Progress Minded, Proud Dem, Blue Texan. Crash out. What does crash out even mean anymore, man? They're voting for Jasmine Crockett? Well, that I can guarantee you. Hassan's been making Blue MAGA lose their shit all week. It's infuriating, man. Did they get consumed by a green slime? Yes. Sorry, I got distracted. I wish I remembered all the bad stuff about the chorus thing because it's so bad, but I know a lot of that stuff is just locked up in the original video or two that I did about that. I don't trust any of these people. Yeah, like they don't disagree with the direction the country is going in, but they think they would do a better job of shepherding us into the the infinite oligarchy or whatever. Do we know who funds chorus yet? It's a pithy amount of. I don't really care about who funds it. I guess it's more like the fact that they want to keep it secret. It's whatever, man, whatever. Cringe and gay. Would it really matter if the Democrat Party was dissolved? I mean, right now, at this exact moment, no. It's not like they're doing anything. Okay, hold on. Okay, we got to move past this. Remember when Packman and Cohen threatened to sue Lorenz, then it never talked about it again? That was so fucking Trump of them. Taylor Lorenz came out with an article. They didn't disprove a single element of it, but instead they both attacked her character and said, like, we'll sue you for putting out this article on our dark money group that we weren't talking about. And then they never followed through on it. Like, just classic, like, Ethan Klein shit, Trump shit, like, perfect, like, flawless invocation of the style. Brian Tyler Cohen called her an internet troll. The fact that they reacted that way to that article is such like clear proof that everything said in it was true. The stuff that's largely non-falsifiable or whatever, like the assertions of the internal character of the organization, all that stuff, you can't really like prove it, at least not very easily. But the way they acted makes me think everything she said was completely true, and probably a lot worse than it seems. Remember when Packman said a pride parade had anti-Semitic characters of Jewish people that never backed it up? I remember when he said that I was giving money directly to Hamas when I fundraised $250,000 for PCRF so they could like stitch blasted off limbs onto the like desiccated knees and elbows of Palestinian children. Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty cool. Then people brought it up years later and he lied about saying that. Yeah, it was really fucking embarrassing. I mean, I feel like to an extent that's because he got away with saying it back then, partly because it was like a flourish and partly because like not as much attention was on Israel. But now, ever since October 7th, now that like public opinion against Israel's been shifting really, really hard, now he has to be a little bit more, no, I wouldn't say that, of course he did, right? The Zionists will always get away with saying the maximum that they're allowed. Same with any fascist, right? Like a fascist will play cover when given the opportunity. They'll say like they'll dog whistle, they'll play in a little bit, they'll obfuscate their rhetoric with comedic language. But as soon as they get the opportunity, it's like hitting translate in a Hebrew tweet or seeing something posted by the DOL, right? The moment they get the chance, it's like, oh, here we are. They're fucking Nazi posting again, It's okay, Miss Genderlin. He's lost like what, a fucking half his viewership or something. There's just no. It's the world is moving past this. Not Pac-Man. I think Pac-Man's doing fine. How come you haven't done another PCRF stream? Chorus got to me. They're paying me $500 a year to not do another PCRF stream. All right, let's move it along. So we're invading Iran or something type shit? Shit type shit? Trump warns of bad things. If Iran doesn't make a deal, U.S. carrier nears Middle East. This was pretty much inevitable, right? The Israeli economy relies on war. The only way Israel can continue to justify its current political situation, its expansionist ambitions, and to satiate the bloodlust of the many, many, many Israeli fascists is to just keep bombing people, keep bombing Arabs or Iranians or whatever. They're keyed in on it. So we have to keep doing this every few months. There's no way to end it. Over and over and over forever.
The U.S. military is prepared to strike Iran as early as this weekend, sources are telling CNN. But President Trump, who has privately argued for and against strikes, has yet to make a final decision on what to do. This comes amid a significant U.S. military buildup in the region, with another aircraft carrier strike group on the way, and Iran bracing for possible strikes as new satellite images show rapid fortification at several Iranian nuclear facilities, with concrete and large amounts of soil being used to bury key sites. Out front now, Seth Jones, former advisor to the commanding general of U.S. Special.
They're moving a massive amount of equipment, like full-scale war level. Yeah, I mean, they want to, you know. We're not going to do boots on the ground shit, but yeah, the whole point is to spend as much money as we can so we can pay out more to military-industrial complex, you know, contracts. We want to, if we could, we would do the full 1984 like super carrier thing and just like liquidate a bunch of our assets specifically so that we could pay those companies to make them again.
Operations forces in Afghanistan. So, Seth, the military is ready to go, clearly, or they're very close to being so. There are significant assets in the region with this other aircraft carrier strike group on the way. Do you think it is
super cool and normal, by the way, that all of this seems to be happening without the direction of the president? Like, this is just the world we live in now. Like, this is how cucked we are to Israel, or at least to the powers that be in Israel. You know, Trump is not officially coordinating this upcoming military strike, but apparently we can just move tens or hundreds of billions of dollars of military equipment in anticipation of a strike without any like public acknowledgement, and it like or even the president seemingly want to. It's not happening quietly. It's all happening in the open. It's just like it's very clear the military is operating as an apparatus outside the wishes of the president. It's Rubio, yeah? Nah, he's more of a Latin America guy. It's Israel shit. Trump doesn't really care about bombing Iran because he prefers the narrative that he solved Middle Eastern war forever the last time that he bombed Iran, you know?
more likely than not that the U.S. will attack Iran?
Well, Brianna, the fact that we've got now 2 carrier strike groups that will be available in the region, and those are costly deployments. And so I think without a breakthrough in diplomatic negotiations, which we have not seen, that I do think that we're seeing a higher risk of the U.S. conducting strikes. And of course, that then leads to this question about what's the U.S. objective here. I suspect that the U.S. objective...
Love just being able to guess at this, by the way. Like, the president hasn't said anything. Hegseth hasn't said anything. It's just, the military of its own volition is just drifting towards Iran, you know? The forces, the laws of physics are just pulling another carrier strike group over there. Who's doing this? Why? Well, it just does that when it's bored, you know? Yeah.
Is probably going to be limited to things like nuclear facilities, potentially Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps sites, rather than bigger objectives like regime change. That is a lot more risky. U.S. doesn't have ground forces there. It doesn't look like it's going to ever put any in. So I think that's sort of where we sit right now.
So when you talk about what that looks like compared to the strikes that the U.S. conducted on Iran's nuclear facilities this last summer, are you talking about sites in Tehran? Are you talking about sites well outside these nuclear facilities?
All right, fuck these guys. Hold on. This is more recent information.
Let's go now to Washington, where war and peace are in the headlines today. President Trump is holding a meeting with his newly formed Board of Peace.
Yeah, we'll talk about this. He stole $10 billion from taxpayers
as he weighs possible military strikes against Iran. Today is the first meeting of the board created to oversee the reconstruction of Gaza. President Trump talked about escalating tensions with Iran. Listen.
It went into Iran and it totally decimated the nuclear potential. And when it decimated that, all of a sudden we had peace in the Middle East because there was a black cloud hanging over the Middle East. And if that wasn't done, that cloud would have been there. And countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Qatar, countries like, nobody could have signed. You would have had that threat. You couldn't have had peace in the Middle East.
Really good
stuff. So now we may have to take it a step further, or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal. You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days.
Let's bring in CBS News senior White House.
Does MAGA actually want war with Iran? They're dumb cattle. They'll agree with anything they're told to agree with. You barely have to justify anything to them.
correspondent Weijia Zhang. Weijia, what else is coming out of the meeting so far?
Well, President Trump already made some news during this first official Board of Peace meeting, saying that 9 members have pledged over $7 billion towards the efforts to rebuild and stabilize Gaza. The president announcing that includes Kazakhstan.
To be clear, the Board of Peace here is literally like an open bidding market. In coordination with Israel, which is of course a member of the Board of Peace, they are auctioning off control over Gaza. It's a coalition of the world's worst countries. You can take a look at the member list if you want, and they're all basically here to establish their foothold on what they want or what investments they want to make in the territory.
Azerbaijan, UAE, Morocco, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan.
I mean, listen to the country, like look the countries she's listing. Again.
Stabilize Gaza. The president announcing that includes Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, UAE, Morocco, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, and Kuwait. He also mentioned that several countries are going to be providing military members in order to create a security force there. And so obviously these are the two things that are the center of the agenda today.
Genuinely, this is the full list, by the way, of countries that are on this board. Argentina, run by a Nazi, Armenia, parentheses Armenia, Azerbaijan, incomprehensibly evil, Bahrain, not a real country, Bulgaria, not a real country, El Salvador, Sikat, Hungary, run by a fascist, Indonesia, no explanation needed, Israel, Jordan, cuck to Israel, Kazakhstan, not a real country, Kosovo, come on guys, do better, Mongolia, I guess they're just there for fun, Morocco, not a real country, Pakistan, Bin Laden country, Paraguay, not a real country, Qatar, not a real country, Saudi Arabia, one of the most evil countries in the world, Turkey, evil country, UAE, evil country, the United States, Uzbekistan. That is literally the entire list. That's not a joke. That was the list. That's the list of every country that has accepted their invitation to the Board of Peace. Genuinely, not a single real country there. The only real non-evil country that I would say has a potential of joining it is Vietnam, who has been extended an invitation but not yet accepted it. U.S. isn't a member, right? Yes, the United States is a member. It's just a way for everyone to cash in on the colonization of Gaza. Mongolia, I don't know if Mongolia is a real country. Their GDP is like 5.
He talks about the future of Gaza, funding and security. It is notable, though, Mugo, that even though more than 40 countries are participating, some of the U.S.'s key allies are not, and some countries are there just to...
A list of the countries participating ranked on their democracy index score? Fuck, that's funny. Not a single one. Not a single fucking one is in the green. That's crazy. Literally, like all of them shithole countries. Not even a joke.
Observe, because there is an ongoing concern that there are ambitions for this board to replace the United Nations as the peacekeeping.
It almost feels like we're making a separate power block from the Western capitalism. Actually, what's happening here is interesting because there's a schism in Western Europe and Australia, Canada, whatever, that is not happening in the United States. The thing is that in the United States, the synchronicity between the government and the oligarchs is 1-to-1. It's the same guys. Like the Epstein class, total saturation from top to bottom. Even the Democrats are like very thoroughly compromised. Whereas over in Europe, Canada, Australia, such and such, these countries are still run by capital, but there is a distinction between state power and capital. There isn't in America. How long that'll last in those countries, I don't know. But like the UK, France, Germany, Italy, so on and so forth, like there is a civil society that exists outside the dominion of capital control. I think a big part of this is Citizens United. Citizens United definitely like destroyed what remained of that barrier here in the United States. But in countries like all of the countries that we're looking at here, these are countries that also basically don't have that barrier. The difference is that we're the wealthiest one, you know? But in Israel, Kazakhstan, I'm not going to pretend I know everything about the political economy of all these countries, but generally speaking, the less democratic a country, the more likely it is that their political leaders are just one-to-one with capital, you know? Less so in a country like, I don't know, Norway or something. Just a moment, love.
Group that is predominantly tasked with ensuring there is peace. But the president continues to tout this as one of his great foreign policy achievements. And so far, he says he has raised over $7 billion toward that effort, and that the U.S. will be supplying $10 billion, although we don't know exactly how or when that will be used. Mugo.
Okay, we shall wait and see. Very interesting, though. I think it's important you mentioned that, looking at the list of those countries, and we don't see any of our European allies there.
Yeah, it's almost like literally every country on the list is a shithole. I think the only European country that was invited but has not accepted was Greece. Or wait, that might not be entirely true. There might be like fake European. Yeah. Well, okay, Hungary doesn't count, obviously. They're maligned by the EU. In terms of real European countries, again, so this is an axis of evil powers so bad that the Greek government was like, I think being in this club would make us look bad, you know? Mexico hasn't accepted, Italy hasn't accepted, India hasn't accepted, Romania, Greece, the Czech Republic, Cyprus, and Slovakia. Other countries that haven't accepted? Yep. If you take a look at the list of countries that have decided not to accept, have declined the invitation, oh, there the real countries are. Austria, Croatia, France, Germany, Ireland, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, the UK, and Vatican City. Whoa! There they are. Oh my God. Countries that have a GDP of more than 5 and have democracy, you know, to an extent. I'm not gonna glaze, you know, the UK or whatever, but you know, there are lower reaches to fall to. The WOPE stripes again. Yeah. The members of the Board of Peace Executive Board. Nikolay Mladenov, High Representative for Gaza, appointed by the United States. Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Tony Blair, Mark Rowan, CEO of Apollo Global Management, Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, and Robert Gabriel Jr., American political advisor. From top to bottom, it comprised entirely of Hitler countries and Hitler people. The hell is Tony Blair doing there? Tony Blair has requested the role of colonial governor of Gaza. That's not a joke. It's been delegated to him. He is like incredibly evil. You all know that, right? Like Tony Blair cemented the social democratic tradition towards Thatcherism in the United Kingdom. He's incredibly evil. He's in the Epstein files as the Invisible Man. I believe you. I'll take credit for it. Is Nikolay Mladenov a Gaza native or Nikolay Mladenov? I don't know. Let's find out who the High Representative of Gaza is. Bulgarian. There you go. Wasn't he the one that had sex with the pig on TV? I believe it, yeah. A Russia-funded Bulgarian, by the way. Well, Russia couldn't be on the board, so yeah, I guess that's the most they can do. Anyway, we are ostensibly talking about striking Iran, so let's commit to that. Why do you think Russia was not invited? Too on the nose. Also, Trump's mad at Russia right now because they won't let him like end the Ukraine war bigly.
Meantime, the Trump White House reinforced.
Fucking jump scare right off the beginning. Jesus Christ.
B-Time, the Trump White House reinforcing its peace through strength agenda overseas and here at home. Today, the president is hosting world leaders for the first Board of Peace meeting focusing on the future of Gaza.
Meanwhile, the U.S. military is ramping up its presence in the Middle East as the administration pushes Iran to abandon its rogue nuclear program. Lucas Tomlinson joins us from Washington with the very latest. Hi, Lucas.
Well, good morning, Carly and Todd. President Trump will preside over his first ever Board of Peace meeting today in Washington, focused on the future of Gaza. One of the major questions hanging over the meeting is the disarmament of Hamas and who will provide peacekeeping forces. At the White House, there was also a question of funding the reconstruction if Hamas lays down its weapons.
And will that be sort of the down payment for much more money?
You'll be hearing more about that tomorrow at the meeting. If you recall, at the first meeting when we were in Davos, Jared Kushner did provide a very detailed PowerPoint presentation for the vision of Gaza, the reconstruction and the humanitarian efforts, of course, providing local security on the ground. First, you must achieve security to get to prosperity, which is sort of the second part of this plan.
The Board of Peace meets in Washington as the U.S. military buildup in the Middle East continues. The USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike group will be in the Mediterranean soon if she didn't pass through Gibraltar last night.
God, I know it's Fox News, but I really wish mainstream media at large would stop using the names of these fascist initiatives without criticism. I mean, it goes so far. Dude, like you can go to MSNBC right now and you're still not... The scale of this is like unprecedented. It's like trying to describe the levels of bad that we're operating on right now is like trying to... You're getting like faltering glimpses at the edges of the cosmos. You're trying to describe a stellar nova because like a few billion neurons of it hit your retina and you were blinded, but in the instant before you were blinded, you saw like an impression. It's almost impossible to describe, like on every level. Like I fucking... Somebody just linked this. So I actually didn't know that Donald Trump structurally is chairman for life of the Board of Peace. I didn't even see it. I didn't even know that. I mean, I know he's not going to live that long, but like the fact that that was established, like this is ostensibly an official, and I'm going to talk about this in a second, but he stole $10 billion from the government towards this. Look.
Dozens of fighter jets are heading to the region to join naval assets, including F-22 Raptors. Recall these fifth-generation stealth fighter jets arrived in the Middle East just 4 days before Operation Midnight Hammer over the summer. And elite search and rescue assets have already arrived to rescue any downed pilots if necessary. Top national security officials met in the White House Situation Room yesterday to discuss planning. The first strikes could take place as soon as this weekend. Axios reports...
We are so far beyond manufacturing consent, they have not even explained why we're doing this. They're not... The president hasn't. The press secretary hasn't. The secretary of war hasn't. No one at any point... No one has explained why we're doing it. It's just happening on its own. It's just... It's like, no, why... You don't need an explanation. It's just happening. It just does that.
Quote, a U.S. military operation in Iran would likely be a massive, weeks-long campaign that would look more like a full-fledged war than last month's pinpoint operation in Venezuela, sources say. Iran has said it will hold joint exercises with Russian forces in the Gulf of Oman. That puts those forces just a few hundred miles away from the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier strike group on station in the Arabian Sea.
I feel like we're now fully going back to the pre-World War II age of open imperialism. No, we're not. And you know why? Because they manufactured consent before World War II. At all points in human history up until now, there has been an effort on the part of the ruling class to explain to the peasantry why we need a war. Even when war was constant, there was always some kind of narrative. This, like, drift towards war with no secrecy, but also no explanation, is genuinely historically unprecedented. I have no idea what... It defies explanation. Like, nobody's even bothered to tell the president that he needs to make a statement for why this is necessary. Every time he's asked about it, you know what he says? We'll see. Who is he getting his orders from? It's not even a fucking conspiracy. It's out in the open. Like, Trump very obviously is not the one directing this.
Well, today, the Board of Peace meets. In the days ahead, guys, the potential for war with Iran exists. Carly, Todd?
Yeah, and Iran and Russia conducting these exercises together is, of course, no surprise and very telling. Lucas,
God, look at how tight. The fucking button is being pulled here. Unbutton. You're sitting down. You can unbutton the suit when you're sitting down. The point, you're supposed to unbutton the suit when you sit down.
Listen, live for us in Washington. Lucas, thank you. Let's bring in Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman.
Jesus Christ!
Dan, good morning to you. When it comes
there
to
you go.
Iran,
Crack a smile.
It really does feel like
bucko.
The other shoe could drop at any moment when it comes to a possible military intervention. And to echo what Lucas was saying, Axios did report this yesterday. The Trump administration is closer to a major war in the Middle East than most Americans realize, and it could begin very soon.
The president hasn't talked about this, guys. It's literally like analysts and public officials and talk show hosts and pundits are like, yep, it looks like we might be getting into a major war. I don't know. Who know? No one's saying shit.
They go on to say with Trump, anything can happen, but all signs point to him pulling the trigger if talks fail. Do you agree with that assessment that we are close to a major war in the Middle East?
Yeah, I think we've made it clear that we have the military aspect.
Massive oral loss. A guy like this needs to have a rumbling, again, like Mike Ehrman. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to hold peace talks with Iran. And then like that, you know, you need to...
That's in the region to strike Iran if necessary. And the key thing is that we're messaging Iran very bluntly that if Iran doesn't come to the negotiating table in good faith...
On what? On what?
Negotiate, then we are prepared.
On what? Negotiate on what, dog? On what?
To launch kinetic strikes. I think that's the purpose of all of this public discussion.
You think?
And if the Iranians are wondering whether President Trump will follow through, they can just rewind the tape and look back to the strike against IRGC Commander Soleimani or the strikes against Iran's nuclear program, their facilities back in June of 2020.
Yeah, we know that we'll bomb people. We know we'll bomb brown people. Why, though? Why are we doing that?
Yeah, that's a great point. Didn't happen too long ago. And you mentioned kinetic strikes. Here's Senator Ted Cruz yesterday talking to Sean Hannity about what possible military action would look like. Watch this.
What the fuck is a kinetic strike? It's a retarded euphemism. They just mean bomb people, but it sounds cooler. They started saying it because it sounds cooler. It doesn't distinguish anything in any meaningful way. They just want to sound cooler.
President Trump is not an isolationist, but he's also not an interventionist. We are not going to see a ground invasion of Iran. We're not going to see hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground. We're not going to see massive American casualties. But the president is willing to defend American national security interests.
What is happening? What are we doing this for? What is the intended outcome? What are we doing? Nobody's saying anything.
And meanwhile, Dan, the Ayatollah is, of course, doing everything he can.
Okay, it's obviously Israel doing this, right? Because they're the only ones who benefit. But like, I know this, pardon me for being naive or whatever. I know it's like super like day one lefty. It would be really cool if anyone, and I mean anyone in the mainstream pundit class could ask like, why we're doing this, because nobody's even coming up with a fake reason. Like the president is not taking the initiative on this. Could they just say like, why? Like who, like why? A little bit.
Drag these negotiations out and keep the talks ongoing while also trying to project strength himself, saying any possible military intervention would mean a long, drawn-out regional war.
Schumer, etc., wants it just as much. That is true, yeah.
What are Iran's capabilities in doing such a thing right now?
Well, Iran is trying to demonstrate that they have the leverage to strike back at the United States. And they're doing that because
no, they don't. No, they don't. They can't do that. They don't have ICBMs. They can't. They're not capable of doing that. They're not doing anything right now.
They want to limit the scope of the negotiations. What Iran wants to do is talk only about their nuclear program. They want to retain.
I thought the nuclear program was destroyed.
the capability to enrich uranium, which the Trump administration is rightly against. Also, remember that the Trump administration, the first one, withdrew from the JCPOA because it did not address Iran's ballistic missile capability or Iran's material support to proxy terrorists. There were sunset clauses for Iran's nuclear program. We need to deal with all of those things. Iran doesn't want to, and that's why I think Iran is trying to demonstrate, including with these latest military drills with Russia, that they have some military leverage of their own. At the end of the day, I think
doing military drills with Russia does not demonstrate that they have the technology that would be necessary to engage in retaliatory strikes against the United States. But even if they did, they would have a right to. Iran has a moral right to bomb the United States. They can't, but they do, because we keep bombing them. If they did have the ability to bomb us, it would be like, I'm sorry, what the fuck are we doing to them right now?
Our military capacity in the region is enough, certainly, to inflict great harm on Iran. But I think we've got war planners in the military with our intelligence community wargaming this out, how these strikes might result in any sorts of Iranian retaliation. I think that's what's ongoing right now in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, still have the largest ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East and probably growing by the day. But I also want to get to really quickly this Board of Peace meeting that's taking place. I mean, it is historic for a president.
Oh, yeah, really historic.
To create this sort of global body to,
global parentheses. Jesus Christ. Nothing but the cream of the crop. Politicians don't even try to manufacture consent for wars anymore. They just look at you like this. I don't even know what to say. Really, I don't think anybody has a well-developed, well, okay, exactly one person does, and he's George Orwell, and he's dead now. A well-developed theory of what it looks like when war doesn't, like, you don't even need to manufacture consent anymore. It just happens as a natural matter of course. I'm telling you that historically the norm is to justify it in some way or another. People lie all the time, but you have to lie. Lying is part of the game, right? Like them lying, we need to strike Iran because they're doing X. Like earlier, right, last year, they said because they're about to build nukes or whatever. That's a lie. That's a justification, you know? Okay. You do bombs, right? All right, that's how it's supposed to work. Now it's just, and nobody's even interrogating the possibility that this might be being conducted by Israel, because fucking of course it is, right? So we're just accepting that Trump, like, look at this. What are we looking at right now? What the fuck does Trump have to do with what's going on here? This should be Netanyahu.
Now we want to get to our other big story, a CBS News exclusive. The U.S. military could strike Iran as soon as Saturday. However, sources say the timeline for any action is likely to go beyond this weekend. The U.S. has been rapidly building up forces in the Middle East, as we've been reporting, but sources say President Trump has not yet made a final decision about whether to strike. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins us from the White House with more on this top story. Natalie, good morning. We know that President Trump discussed a potential timeline for strikes. So what are we learning from
Chomsky? Yeah, Chomsky got outed as a grifting pedophile, and instantly manufacturing consent stopped being true. It's incredibly in like a moral prescriptivism, an act of which the like of which the world has not seen in a very long time. He just made his book wrong.
That.
Yeah, these conversations are described to CBS News as fluid and ongoing, and sources say that top national security officials have told the president that the military is ready for any potential strikes as soon as this weekend. But as you noted, this timeline could be extended.
What about the non-official war channels? Or sorry, media channels, as if there's a difference. What about like the NAFO types? YouTube?
The Trump administration is closer to a major war in the Middle East than most Americans realize. That's
because they haven't like talked about it.
Axios reporting last night what most of us are seeing, that it is on Iran, Operation Midnight Hammer on there. But all right, so the last time that we had anything near this size happening in the Middle East was late 2002 into early 2003, the lead up to the eventual invasion of Iraq. Just to give you an idea, Now, one notable piece that's missing, if we're going to make that comparison from now to 2003, is the boots on ground. There's nowhere near the same quantity of U.S. military, Marines, and soldiers on the ground that would take part in any sort of land invasion of Iran. So everything that we're looking at right now speaks to...
We don't really need them anymore. Also, those are the only kinds of commitments that are optically bad these days, right? If you lose equipment or spend money on bombs or missiles, it doesn't matter because you're just going to pay it back out to the MIC. But if you lose people, moms and dads get upset back at home. Look at the polls. The numbers are abysmal for Republicans. I don't really think it matters. This guy supports Israel and neoconservatism. Yeah, I mean, basically all of the war channels delight in conflict. It's sort of a consequence of the they cover it for a reason. My YouTube's been like broken for me. I hit play. Does it play? No, it doesn't play.
You already knew that the United States was shifting some serious metal into Iran.
Why do people talk like this?
Iran's neighborhood. But we have recently learned that the United States is sending way, way more. The scope of Atlantic mobilization does not mean that a war will necessarily happen. Of the threat, it ought to make concessions to the United States commensurate with the U.S. ability to strike Iran. That is why when you see White House advisors leaking information that they allegedly believe that there is a 90% chance of a strike, you might want to take it with a full canister of salt. For one thing, this definitely falls under a do not listen to what leaders say criticism. If Iran heard that advisor's guess and believed it, then Iran would be more inclined to make concessions to the United States. But that creates an incentive to plant the story in the media in the first place, meaning that Iran should not take the claim seriously.
Sorry, I just hate the voice. I'm not trying to be mean. YouTube?
Joining us, Democratic Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. He is the vice chairman of the Intelligence Committee. You know a whole lot more than I do about this, sir. What can you tell us?
Well, Katie, I think it's appropriate that the president has all the options on the table. But we saw when he has such a confusing foreign policy, we don't know what's going to happen. We know a month and a half ago, or when the Iranian people were on the streets in massive numbers and the regime was so repressive and he promised he was going to do something then, he couldn't do that then because we didn't have forces because the aircraft carrier was off the coast of Venezuela on another military mission as opposed to being in the Eastern Mediterranean. And our ability to leverage our allies in the region and particularly in Europe, they were all distracted by his follies around Greenland. I can tell you now, if I hope these negotiations go well. But having just come back from the Munich Security Conference, where there is great questions about, what is the American foreign policy? Are we going to be a dependable partner? If we were to take action against Iran, our ability to really put pressure on the regime, and the regime is awful, is really going to...
Not seeing a lot of moral condemnation from this Democratic senator. The idea of us just arbitrarily declaring war on Iran for no apparent reason. Super cool. Just like Venezuela, yeah. The Dems weren't even upset that he did it. They were just upset they weren't, like, keyed in on the action. It is a impossibly bleak world, the one we're heading into. One where you don't even need to manufacture consent for a war. He's a former venture capitalist. The bourgeois are not human. Yeah, I know. Blue MAGA will look at this and they'll be like, dude, Gavin Newsom would fix this shit. Come on. We can't do any better. No spoilers, Tesla. I think you're overstating it. They're coasting in the consent they manufactured for previous bombings. For me, it's not so much about the manufactured consent or lack thereof. The problem to me is that the president is not the one directing this. The way the government is supposed to work is that the president, who is the commander-in-chief, is the one who directs the military, and Congress, you know, theoretically, even though no one fucking, it's not in practice not the case, Congress approves war. They have to declare war. But the president is the one making these broader decisions about how the military is moved. The way Trump has spoken, not only has he not provided a justification for what's happening, he isn't even indicating he's the one doing that. He seems undecided on it, which means that somebody else is making the decision to move a second carrier group over to Iran and to prepare for strikes. Now, obviously, the president has always been beholden to the interests of advisors, but it's never been this transparent before. Normally, there's at least a narrative about how the president is doing this. The president is trying to do this. You know, but that's not happening right now. It's very transparently being done by Israel because they're the only group that benefits from the constant, constant war in the Middle East. How would you respond to the protester deaths? What the fuck does this have to do with the protester deaths? No, it's that they've been in meaningless talks for with Iran for weeks about their nuclear program, and Trump admin's position is basically completely capitulate or we will bomb you. Yeah, but obviously these talks are fake. They're just a justification for more bombing. But the president is not directing this. Like, all of this is happening autonomously. Again, it always was, but the point is that they're not even pretending to indicate otherwise, which is really dangerous because it sort of indicates that the American military is being commanded by a nameless, faceless, cabal of interested advisors, which, again, to a large extent, it always has been. But we'd at least like the idea that the president is somewhat accountable to that movement. Historically, that's always been the case. Well, usually been the case, you know. Mostly been the case. At least half the time that's been the case historically. But there's always been the pretense. What is this? And Munich, Amanpour viewed the son of the former Shah and pressed him very gently, IMO, on the fact that his supporters were attacking anyone, including political prisoners in Iran, who didn't throw their support behind him. Amanpour called it terrifying. Almost to prove her point, supporters of the son of the Shah confronted Amanpour a day later and hurled profanities and insults at her, accusing her of being a supporter of the Iranian theocracy simply for asking a slightly challenging question to the son of the Shah. Well, yeah, anyone who supports the Shah is at the very least fascist aligned. Is this in English?
خانم امانپور من یک چیز خدمتتون بگم به احترام روح
It is not, in fact, in English. The Shah is the current leader, right? No. The Shah is not the current leader. The Ayatollah is the current leader.
تمام کشته شده های ایران که با عشق رفتن برای حمایت از شاهزاده رضا پهلوی و شما بهشون توهین کردید. توهین بی احترامی کردید.
Oh, whatever. Let's talk about that 10 billion, huh? Oh, first, I've been directed by my beautiful partner to show you guys our cats cuddling. This is very important. That's a true board of peace? Nah, they're evil. They skitter. It would appear you have some dead pixels on your screen. How would you see dead pixels on my screen? You're getting the capture data, not a visual feed of my monitor. I think you might have some that my brother in Christ, those Oh, they're cat-shaped? Oh, I see. You're doing a bit. Okay, you're doing a bit. You're doing a bit. You're doing a bit. You to everyone who says like you've got dirt on your screen, just to let you guys know, there's no, you can't see it. Yours is the dirt. That's true, Richard. That's true. Like so many other stories involving the Trump administration, this is going to get like memory hold almost immediately. But Trump is pledging to steal $10 billion from taxpayers and direct them towards the Board of Peace. To be clear, the Board of Peace is not a real government org. It's not like an official branch of the US government. It's a private organization that countries can join, but he is the chairman for life, as we so recently learned. It's not a apparatus of the government in any way. 10 billion directly from the government to this, it's basically his personal slush fund.
I want to let you know that the United States is going to make a contribution of $10 billion to the Board of Peace. Thank you.
Transferring it from the Treasury, where he does not have legal control of the money, over to the Board of Peace, where he can do whatever he wants with it because he's the chairman. Also, of course, obviously, this is illegal. He can't do that. The president can't just make donations to his own groups from the presidency.
And we've had great support for that number. And that number is a very small number when you look at that compared to the cost of war. That's 2 weeks of fighting. It's a very small number. It sounds like a lot, but it's a very small number. So we're committed to $10 billion. Together we can achieve the dream of bringing lasting harmony to a region tortured by centuries of war, suffering, and carnage. They say 3,000 years. And hopefully we can lift up the eyes of the world to envision how other intractable conflicts can be settled. So many conflicts, they'd say,
I'm confused. What is the Board of Peace? Like, is it an NGO, a government agency, a corporation? What is it? It's nothing. It's just an organization. It's not officially anything. It is what you could make a Board of Peace if you wanted. Governments join, like, it's just you remember how Trump promised the Trump gold card rather than the green card? Like, if you pay us $5 million, you instantly get a citizenship. That's not a real thing. There's no legal process by which you can pay an amount of money and become a citizen. Becoming a citizen is a specific process like that is defined legally. It can't be bypassed. But a gold card there is nonetheless. Apparently Nicki Minaj has one. So likewise, the Board of Peace, like, does it exist? Is it real? I mean, it exists in the sense that people have joined it. It's all operating on like a Calvin ball kind of deal. You know, the law doesn't matter, the rules don't matter. It's just a matter of what he can get away with, which apparently like is anything. Literally anything that he wants. In this case, we're auctioning up land and power in Gaza.
They're impossible to settle, and we get them settled. We got, of those 8 that we settled, most of them were said to be not settleable. And they not only got settled, they got settled within days. More impossible problems can be solved as we go along this very beautiful path. I think it's a beautiful path. I think it's such an important day. Even the weather's beautiful. We walk in, it's beautiful. Everything's beautiful. But the ancient
If Dems get empowered, do we get to persecute MAGA without consequence? No, of course not, because Dems are pussies. Keep in mind, by the way, that if Dems got in power and started prosecuting everyone involved with the Trump administration, that would be legal. That would be a legal thing for them to do, because they're breaking the law, like, every day. This is breaking the law. 10 billion illegally transferred to a privately held slush fund, that is breaking the law.
wounds can be healed, and they are indeed ancient. This has been going on for so many centuries that our entire planet will be a better, safer, more beautiful, and more peaceful.
It was created by executive order as an international organization. That's not a real thing. Again, like, the executive all executive orders can do is issue instructions to the federal government, specifically the executive branch, give them direction on how to operate. It's not law, you know? You can't, like, you can't produce a new administrative branch. That has to be done by Congress. The name change to the DoD, to the Department of War, that has to be done by Congress, which is why the Department of War is a nickname legally. Like, yeah, an EO is basically a memo. It just directs the existing apparatuses, you know? There's no legal process for this. If the United States wanted to create an official taxpayer-supported board, it would have to go through Congress, because that is the power of the purse, you know? Trump instead just made this via memo and is now, like, illegally funneling money into it, where he has complete control of the money, by the way.
Place for us all. We're going to be working with the United Nations very closely. We're going to bring them back. I think the United Nations has great potential, really great potential. It has not lived up to potential. The 8 wars, I never even spoke to them about one of them, and I should be speaking to them about all of them. Someday I won't be here. The United Nations will be, I think, is going to be much stronger. The Board of Peace is going to almost be looking over the United Nations. And
yeah, the head of the Board of Peace isn't the U.S. president. It's Donald Trump for life. Yeah, it's not, it's completely fake. What happens with the board after Trump is gone? I don't know. Probably goes to, like, Kushner or something.
Making sure it runs properly. But we're going to strengthen up the United Nations. We're going to make sure its facilities are good. They need help, and they need help money-wise. We're going to help them money-wise. And we're going to make sure the United Nations is viable. And you have some very good people at the United Nations, can do a good job.
Very good, very good. Oh, Associated Press, Distortion 2, MS Now. We cleared, boys. We cleared. 5 key takeaways from the meeting. Trump vowed $10 billion U.S. commitment. I already pre-read this with my high IQ. I was able to very quickly speed read this. And gotta say, despite Time Magazine, you know, you'd think, I know, again, naive of me to assume that journalism is still a real thing in this fucking country. At no point in this little blurb here do they point out that it is illegal to do this. Trump did not clarify whether his administration has formally requested congressional approval for his funds, which would be required. No, of course he hasn't. What do you mean he hasn't clarified? Of fucking course he hasn't. What do you mean? Have you seen how difficult it is to get anything through Congress? You seriously? He refused to clarify as to whether or not he followed the legal process. Can you imagine, like a serial killer just murdering people, and the only way the media would talk about it was like, well, it's unclear whether or not self-defense was employed when the killer hasn't ever said that it was and just keeps killing people over and over? Looked at the statute, the executive order references, and the law directly states the president can designate international orgs only created by treaties or acts of Congress. Yeah, that makes sense. You read this? Nerd. Nerd. U.S. Code, Title 22, Chapter 7, Subchapter 18. Yeah, 22 USC 288. International organization defined, authority of the president. For the purposes of this subchapter, the referenced subchapter, an international organization means a public international organization in which the United States participates pursuant to any treaty or under the authority of any act of Congress authorizing such. Yeah, okay. Well, that pretty much says it right there. So legally, this executive order means nothing. The Board of Peace is like a flatly illegal organization. There's no. He might as well have cited an imaginary law in its creation. So it's an illegal org, and he's illegally transferring money to it. Dems don't bring this up. Dems don't do anything. He's LARPing. Well, the money is real. Another infinite money hack. Oh, is this the one where Trump is suing the government himself? So he's directing the DOJ to just give him money directly? Shut up. What'll be the U.S. debt by 2029? I mean, at this rate. At this rate. Ay, ay, ay. God knows how much money he'll hoover out of the U.S. Treasury at the end. It's fucking, it's genuinely insane how hard the Dems dropped the ball in drawing attention to this stuff. You need to be politically educated to keep up with all of the insanely illegal stuff that the administration does. Any one of these would be 100 times Watergate, but it just keeps happening over and over and over again. You don't hear even a portion of it. Why are leftists ignoring the fact that the Islamic Republic's regime is evil and needs to be destroyed? What? Apropos of nothing. Okay, listen. The Iranian regime can be destroyed after they destroy Israel. All right? I think that's fair. I gotta find this. Trump is chairman for life. He's not subject to term limits, holds sole authority to nominate the designated successor. According to the charter, he is exclusively authorized to invite countries to join the Board of Peace. In that capacity, he also has the exclusive authority to create, modify, or dissolve subsidiary entities of the board. All revisions to the charter are subject to his approval. Trump's chairmanship is independent to his presidency of the United States, and he has indicated that he wants to remain chairman for life. Countries that wish to be permanent members of the Board of Peace must pay $1 billion into a fund directly and exclusively controlled by Trump. Cool. Not sure if America's even a member. We're a member, yeah. Don't worry. Trump sent an invite to the United States government, and we accepted. No?
Peter Baker is back with us, along with Ravi Agrawal, the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy magazine. Peter, who is in this group, who's not, and what do they hope to accomplish? Peter, turn your mic up.
Sorry, can you hear me?
All good. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Apologies. This is an interesting collection of more than 20 countries that are clearly allies of President Trump, not necessarily all allies traditionally of the United States, right? You have countries like Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Indonesia, Qatar, Turkey, UAE, countries like Hungary that have been, ideologically sympathetic to Trump over the years, but not America's traditionally closest friends. The UK, France, Germany, Sweden all said, no, we don't want to be part of this. Canada, Trump rescinded the invitation to Canada because he was mad at something that the Prime Minister Mark Carney said, which suggests then that being on this board is the condition of being on this board is to keep Trump happy. And if you dare to say something that makes him mad, you're going to be off the board. So
wait, do you think the U.S. paid Trump $1 billion to join the board? No. We paid $10 billion.
It's a fascinating alternative, in effect, to the UN. He says it's only to strengthen the UN, but a lot of people look at that as his own way of creating a world body that he himself is in charge of. He himself gets to stay in charge of even after he's president, and he gets to decide his own successor when he does eventually step down.
And I mean, the price of admission is enormous.
It's all being described so matter-of-factly, but this is like a level of open corruption and graft that, again, like just this on its own, if you excluded everything else he's ever done, this is more corrupt than anything any U.S. president has ever done. But they're all just, it's just being described like matter-of-factly. Just,
So, Ravi, the Vatican declined its invitation to the board, saying it left them, quote, perplexed because it should, above all, be the UN that manages these crisis situations. And then here's what Trump had to say about the leaders who've opted not to join.
I believe it's the most consequential board, certainly in terms of power and in terms of prestige. There's never been anything close, because these are the greatest world leaders. Almost everybody's accepted, and the ones that haven't will be. Some are playing a little cute. It doesn't work. You can't play cute with me.
Word for word what he said to the girls on Epstein's Island, which, by the way, apropos, and what a come down, man. To go from being on top of the world on Little St. James, you know, you're socializing with the big power boys, right? And now you're in a international organization with Mongolia, Kosovo, Indonesia, and Turkey. You know? Like, it's just a phenomenal downgrade. Not a single real country wanted to join.
Really? I mean, what does the existence of the Board of Peace tell us about how this administration views the United Nations?
With great contempt. Not just the United States, but also Israel views the United Nations with great contempt. And look, there's little doubt here that the UN is quite dysfunctional. It is, by all accounts, not working as well as it should. It's polarized, it's broken. On this issue, as so many others. It's also worth pointing out that Gaza itself is in an awful way right now. There is still sporadic violence even after the ceasefire. And, you know, so...
The fake ceasefire that Israel broke the day that it went into effect.
One has to be moved at least a little bit to commend any move at all to try and bring peace to that particular region and Gaza. But the critiques are incredibly valid of this Board of Peace. Trump was talking there about power. The power is all his. He's an all-powerful chairman who can do whatever he wants.
The fact that the only opposition party is silent and the streets are not full of anti-corruption protests depressing. I think, if anything, it's an affirmation of the fact that everything we're seeing right now would have eventually happened under Dems also. 2008 would have happened under Dems. You know, Obama refused to prosecute any of the people who were responsible for it. So take that as complicity, at least to an extent. I don't know why he didn't. Would have been cool. It seems like the only plan that has ever really been like prescribed, the only thing anyone really had in mind for the world was just getting infinitely raped to death by the world's most obviously corrupt wealthy men. And that was just all it was ever going to be. And everything has led us to this point, right? But we were already on the downhill slope. This was the inevitable consequence of the wealth inequality that we normalized and borderline mandated through our policies. You know, it's really just a matter of how boorish it is, to be honest. But hey, it's not like Epstein wasn't doing all that business under Obama. He fucking was, right? It's not like this shit wasn't happening fundamentally under him or Clinton. All those processes were taking place behind the scenes. Now it's very open, but it was going to be eventually anyway. Why would Indonesia, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia agree to this when they don't recognize Israel? Because they only don't recognize Israel to appease their population. All three of those governments are hideously corrupt and are perfectly fine with, you know, shekels. They're fine with Israeli cash. They don't give a fuck. Like, they don't care. You think that Saudi Arabia has moral qualms about what's happening in Gaza? Sorry, it should have occurred to me people would be weird with the use of the term shekels. That's actually the Israeli currency. I know you're probably more familiar with it through like anti-Semitic 4chan Wojak memes, but it is also like their currency. Technically, it's the new shekel. Okay, the new shekel. The new shekel. Okay, yeah. Shekels too. The only one I'm really concerned for is Jordan, because they're definitely next. Same for Lebanon. I don't think Israel will invade Jordan. Israel will 100% invade Lebanon and Syria soon, though. 100%. The bloodthirst of the Israeli ethno-nationalist is at this point like an unstoppable political force that has to be kowtowed to. Any leadership in America or in Israel that attempted to stop it would be met with like overwhelming opposition. At this point, I don't think there's anything. It's why I've said like you need a UN occupation of Israel, because Israel will of its own volition continue to elect people who will invade and bomb their neighboring countries. Like their population wants that. At least a significant enough portion of it, as evidenced constantly by polling. That's not stereotyping or whatever. It's literally mathematically the drive. Certainly it's where the money is, you know, considering the incredible, prominence the MIC has on the political direction of the country. So, yeah. Hold on. Trump is stealing $10 billion to fill his Board of Peace slush fund. Wait, they actually went with shekels? They're trying to bait anti-Semitism at every corner? How? Okay. I'm trying to wake you up a little bit here, okay? People are anti-Semitic about the word shekels because they're anti-Semitic about Jews. The currency name came first. Israel didn't call their currency shekels because they saw Wojaks and were like, oh, like that's the currency, and also was the currency like a billion years ago or whatever. A lot of people I feel like actually don't know that, you know, they just know the bits. According to the Epstein files, they actually did do that. Yeah. The secret document they're hiding, Pam Bondi won't release. Epstein talking with Ehud Barak about how funny it was that they named it the shekel just to fuck with. They were like, we knew that in like 2013 there'd be anti-Semites on 4chan, poll, which I created, by the way, and they would make shekel jokes. So we that's why we called it the shekels back then. Yeah, for sure. They are very good at planning. Vosh acting like he wasn't in on those meetings. Don't out me. I've already been outed for being paid by Chorus today, okay? We don't need to make it any worse. Sorry, I know it's not like relevant to anything. I'm looking at these suits. I saw a Dye Workwear post with Pete Hegseth in it. That everyone, like how all men look like shit in suits these days. Look at this. Okay? Look at this photo. I'd say he looks good, you know? Nice three-piece suit. This photo, I think they look good, especially this older fella on the right, right? These two, I think these two look stellar. I believe this guy's a bodybuilder right here. And he's doing one of my favorite things, the casual suit. This is when you don't wear a tie, by the way. This is a casual suit, not a business suit, you know? High-waisted, sockless loafers. I think a denim shirt looks really good, like really, really, really good, right? Give you a really strong, and you can tell he works out. I mean, Jesus, look at the shaping there. The sleeves don't need to hug your arms. Now look at Pete Hegseth, also a guy who's in good shape. Look at those childbearing hips. It's not even his hips. It's the suit's that bad. Look at that. It's crazy. Slimming it down. It's too small. Yeah, no, for sure. What's that stance? This is actually the only stance you can take when your suit is this tight. Buckling and wrinkling everywhere. The sleeves are so tight, they're not even falling and settling at the right length, you know? Look at this. Jesus Christ. Dude, if I had the kind of money these people did, I would have like 8 custom suits. It's about $5,000 or $6,000 to get like a very high-end bespoke suit, which is nothing to these guys, you know? They could walk out every day looking great. and they just choose not to. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, you're dripped out, Uves. Nice try. How hard is it to hire a tailor? A tailor couldn't fix this. You just need a new suit. This is like just bad, you know. Ooh. Yeah. It really does feminize the physique, you know? You look at like older pics, even of guys in suits, they look really masculine. Even like older guys, like fatter guys, right? But this, look at this. It's like he's got a big suckling teat bulging out here because the damn suit is too tight. Fat guys in suits go hard. I mean, they can. They should. They ought to. Trying to find a good example. Kind of hard because when you look up fat guy in suit vintage photo, you tend to find like comedically fat people or like stock photos, you know, where the bit is that they're like rubbing their tummy. Oh, there's a good example from the 1930s. 2 double-breasted suits. Or wait, I don't know if this one is. The quality of the photograph makes it kind of hard to see. Oh, why are there so few examples? I guess a lot, like, fewer people were fat back then. So, who can really say? Find a picture of Taft? That's too old. Suits were structured differently back then. Like, this kind of, like night dress, dinner jacket look is not... I mean, well, obviously he looks great here, right? But, like, this isn't how people wear suits today. He had a 3-piece. It's technically a 3-piece, but it's structured differently, right? Like typically now a modern day 3-piece has a, like this vest has the structure of a suit jacket, and this fits more like a coat with a tail at the back. So it's a different style of suit. This is what it used to be, formal wear, and then this got relegated only to like evening wear, and people started wearing regular suits while walking about. And at first the people wearing suits were like poor people, you know? It's a whole different thing. Pick from when he was much older. Dude, wait, he slimmed down. Is this really old Taft? Holy shit. I never realized that after he left the presidency, he slimmed down. That's crazy. He looks great. He famously lost weight. Oh yeah, I didn't know. He was on SCOTUS? No, I knew he was on SCOTUS. I didn't realize he'd lost weight. Yeah. Huh. Looks really good. This is closer to what a modern 3-piece suit would look like, though it's still different. This is still a relatively high vest, and also the suit structuring is different. You normally wouldn't wear this closed, even though you can. SCOTUS is like a Zempic? Maybe. Hey, look, if he put the effort in, you know, if he put the effort in. Basically, what I'm saying is that our elites are humiliating us by refusing to dress properly. Look at how little tension there is. See? He's still like an older kind of chubby guy here, but look at how little tension there is in the outfit, you know? Everything drapes and has like a clear shape and structure. That's the point of a Western suit. We're not talking about a fucking kimono or whatever. It's not supposed to be this like formless, shapeless thing that drapes off your body. It's supposed to provide structure. That's the point of the interfacing, you know? It looks comfortable. Yeah, it does look comfortable. Suits are comfortable when they fit properly, right? This is not comfortable. This is awkward. It looks awkward. It feels weird. This doesn't feel weird. I've worn a nice fitted suit before. Feels pretty good. Why it makes me sad when people are like, well, suits are uncomfortable. Yeah, maybe the suits they make today. Doesn't have to be like that, you know? We could just make better things, theoretically, in my opinion. Even the picture from when he was fat, he looks quite comfortable. That's what the difference, you know, proper tailoring does for you. I'm sorry, this isn't relevant to what we're talking about. I just have to pee is all. I have to pee, so I was thinking, oh, short break while I piss. And then I thought, well, if I'm going to take a break anyway, might as well waste everyone's time. Opinion on Hegseth's shoes? Why Hegface? Hegseth. His name is Hegseth. Say Hegseth. I don't like when you people make up fake names. His shoes look ugly. I don't know why people are obsessed with wearing like orange shoes with navy blue or charcoal or black suits. I don't know why people do that, you know? They wear orange shoes. I don't get it. Get a piss bottle? I could do that. Blue and orange are complementary? Yeah, but complementary means they're opposite. So, yeah. Yeah, let me piss. Keep trying to, like, fucking roll back, but this gets caught on, like, the thick edge of the carpet. The mom still had good fashion while larger. They'd fucking better have, yeah. They look good there, but those photos are pretty rough. Okay, gotta pee. All right. Yeah, get out of here. Scram. Oh, man, I really didn't put anything in my hair today. It's a bizarre thing with natural leather. For some reason, which does nothing with me. This, to me, looks better because at least it looks natural and not like orange dyed. But I would also never, ever wear this with navy or charcoal. No, this would be great with like a tan suit. Tan, beige, cream, any like light, like a summer color. This is like a summer shoe, you know? I love full strap penny loafers. I love it. I hate it when the strap ends here. I love it when the strap goes all the way down. What about brown? Well, it depends on the shade of brown. But this is a very nice shoe. Light green would also work. Not many people own light green, you know, suits, but also typically people don't wear loafers with suits, you know? You wear loafers with like a casual suit. A business suit you're supposed to wear dress shoes, Oxfords with, or like maybe a specific type of derby, you know? This is one of the best shoemakers in the world, Alden from New England. Yes, the prices are high. It's Alden. They have some very nice options here. But in terms of like, if I would wear, yes, Alden. In terms of like what I would wear with a navy blue or a charcoal business suit, you've got to go with black or maybe like a very dark brown or burgundy, you know? And burgundy would be a bit out there. It's a business suit. Never liked tassels. What do you think of tassels? I think they're cute. Come on, imagine wearing one of these, but you're wearing them with like big trousers and a t-shirt and like a Levi's jacket, you know? Like you're dressing it down. You're going out looking, you know, looking good. I prefer buckles to tassels. There's a rule one shouldn't mix black and navy. I thought it was brown and navy. Well, whatever. I don't really think it matters. You can find loafers for less than 700, guys. I was just using them as an example. New DOJ photo. Cool. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter. All this stuff seems to do is make people mad at him. I showed it earlier. The cat photo. He looks awful. He does. It's not a very flattering photo, really. Yeah, no, this just seems to make people mad at him. It's not like doing this actually makes the country any more authoritarian. All right. Something of actual import that we should probably look into. The Trump administration is pitching a bunch of efforts to steal the midterms, and this right now seems to be one of the more prominent ones. So the options that the Trump administration has for stealing the midterms are pretty much limited to this, right? For blue states, they can try to send ICE to directly interfere with these polling stations. That's really tough to do. And a lot of blue states would resist, possibly like aggressively, you know, with their own police or their own, you know, state police, whatever. For red states, they have a bunch of options. Georgia is a prime example because the state is controlled by Republicans, even though there are lots and lots of Democrats here.
Right now, President Trump is heading to Georgia to campaign in the special election race to replace his one-time ally turned critic, Marjorie Taylor Greene. But Trump's appearance, while early voting is underway, comes just weeks after the FBI seized boxes of 2020 ballots from a Georgia election hub, reigniting tensions over Trump's attempts to undo his loss 6 years.
Remember this? Fucking Kristi Noem was there. The FBI seized a bunch of their shit. Didn't provide an explanation why.
Ago. MS Now's Vaughn Hilliard is reporting on the ground in Georgia ahead of the president's
Oh,
visit.
Tulsi Gabbard, not Kristi Noem. Sorry, I'm sexist.
For us. And Patricia Murphy is a political columnist for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I welcome you both. So, Vaughn, you've got some breaking news coming out of this election board, including some news involving a private investigator and a subpoena. What can you tell us?
Right. The president is boarding Air Force One here to head to Georgia right now. But about 2 hours from where we're standing over in Winder, Georgia, is the state election board that continues to meet after prolonging its meeting yesterday. And not only have they subpoenaed Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, but just in the last minutes, they moved forward with a motion to hire a private investigator to investigate election complaints. It's not clear what those election complaints are here in the state of Georgia. Now, why is this a significant move here by the state election board? Well, number one, there's 5 people on it. 3 of them are individuals who are Trump allies who have cast extensive doubts on the veracity of the 2020 election. I talked with one of them yesterday, Sally Grubbs, and she told me that they are still looking at evidence and that they will, it remains to be seen whether they will move forward with the attempt to even take over the Fulton County Elections Administration. This is very nuanced and very granular, but with potential big ramifications. The concern, particularly among Democrats, but Republicans that have defended the election security here in the state of Georgia as well, people like Brad Raffensperger, the concern is that these Trump-aligned state board elections members will seek to effectively take over Fulton County's operations and change their early voting timeline, potentially their Dropbox location changes, but also even voter registration efforts here.
The real, like the real, I guess, line in the sand for a lot of these people is, what will the Democrats do if the worst case scenario happens? What if they're, like, in an effort to stop the Democrats from winning in specific seats during the midterms, Fulton County is overridden and the Georgia Board of Electors, challenges, disputes, requisitions, whatever, information, or obfuscates it, or just denies the results of it. What will the Dems do? You know, we still don't actually have an example of this happening and playing out the way the Republicans wanted it to. Remember, the last time they tried this was in 2020, and at the end of the day, we didn't get to see how the Democrats would respond because Mike Pence did certify the slate of electors. What would have happened if he hadn't? Legally, he couldn't not do it, but what would have happened if he hadn't? Right? If he had sent the slate of electors back to be challenged or edited, would Democrats have done anything? Right now, I'm inclined to believe they wouldn't have. I do believe, especially in Georgia, I do believe that the Republicans are going to steal some seats. I do not think they're going to win in the midterms. I think that they are going to get obliterated in the midterms. But I do think that they are going to desperately, in a pathetic effort to salvage their losses, they are going to cheat and steal a few, you know?
Donald Trump himself has called for the nationalization of elections, including localities here. And I want to take you to listen to remarks he made just in the last 24 hours about the potential sending of federal troops into the greater Atlanta area. Take a listen.
You need help in Atlanta. We could take care of Atlanta. I'll tell you what, you ought to get them to call me. We could take care of Atlanta so fast. They don't want to call because they don't want to admit it, and they'll never fix it themselves.
Remember those like 3 election officials who were trying to set up some election chicanery ahead of 2024? It's still them. It's still those guys. It's the same hyper MAGA Trump sycophant county election board officials who are trying now to supersede Fulton County. That's exactly what they're still doing now. This article is from today. Georgia State Election Board declines to seize control of Fulton County elections, comma, for now. They should all be in jail? Yes. The only reason they didn't do it is because of the current AG Raffensperger, which is who they're sending the PI after. Yeah. They're trying to take down the AG so that they can do this without any legal reprisal. If you want, by the way, you can actually see these election board meetings. This one from the Georgia State Election Board, this was streamed live 3 hours ago.
Today instead of the 3.5 that we dispensed with yesterday. So that's good news for everybody. The first item on the agenda is to approve the minutes. And
there is a universal rule in politics that when the people...
It's her, right? Wait, which one of the two is it? Which one is the like hyper Trump sycophant, the one that he personally praised when he appeared in Georgia in the lead up to the election? He praised all 3 of them? Yeah, but we're looking at 5 people.
Drop the ball on our duty, the government will always be there to pick it up.
Mr. Chairman, you have a committee. I'm telling you, we're not going to do it. Now, that's his testimony to me. So don't tell me that you did not obstruct. That is obstruction. When you tell your executive director that he cannot come into another government agency. Now, what this board decides to do is the will of the board, but you don't have a right to say that. Now, you have a right to choose as chairman whether you want to vote on any measure.
That's all I was told. I don't know anything factual behind that.
I don't know why I thought this would be interesting. It's pretty bad, is the point. That being said, it seems like what they're doing now is pretty desperate. I have a feeling that if the elections board had a more direct way of getting what they wanted, they probably wouldn't be hiring a private investigator to look into the AG who stopped them before. Yeah, it comes across a bit desperate, you know?
Now, these 3 Trump-aligned Georgia State Election Board members have even pushed debunked conspiracy theories themselves out in the past, including, for example, that there were ballots that were shredded in 2020. And it's these members that have now hired this private investigator, somebody who we do not know the name of. It kind of could remind you of sort of the cyber ninja type effort that took place in 2021 out in Maricopa County. So there are a lot of questions here as the president of the United States comes here into the state of Georgia. Jon Ossoff is up for re-election, and there are, of course, a lot of questions here about, with 7 months until the midterm elections, how potentially these Georgia State Election Board members could seek to use not only the private investigator, but even put forward such a motion as to appoint their own would-be administrator to oversee Fulton County's elections here in the months ahead. And of course, you just heard there from the president himself threatening the potential movement of National Guard or federal troops here into the greater Atlanta area. So there's a lot at stake just 3 weeks after this FBI search and seizure of 2020 records. All we expect to potentially hear the president address himself in Rome, Georgia. We should note this is the home district of Marjorie Taylor Greene, whose special election to replace her is currently underway. That primary date is March 10th. Alex.
So much at stake here. Patricia, hey, how's this going to go over with the Secretary of State there in Georgia?
Kind of wild they're acting this desperately in a purple state. One thing that we don't talk about enough, and by we I mean me also, is the fact that a potential Dem wave, if people vote down ballot Dem because they're disgusted with the Republican Party, that could end up flipping a lot of local houses too. It's not just a matter of the federal government. We're also talking that states that are under Republican control might flip over. I wonder what the odds are of that happening in Georgia. Hold on, Georgia Congress makeup. They're controlled by Republicans now, but I don't think it's by an unwinnable margin. No, it's really not. Their House of Representatives right here, this is the line. It's more of a divide than it looks, but it's very possible that a big blue wave could lead to, and what I'm hoping, I mean, remember what happened in Wisconsin? What I'm hoping is that if Dems get control, even slim control of their state legislatures, they could turn that into like long-time defenses against Republicans. They could do this in the form of like gerrymandering, which is based when it's for us. They could turn this into like statewide protections against ICE or presidential interventions. They could finally get rid of their fuck-ass Georgian election board full of fascists and like dishonest pieces of shit. They should arrest them. They could like meaningfully cement their own power. Be real, Vosh, they're not doing it. No. Local Dems typically are better. A lot if Democrats who win like local House and Senate seats aren't the capitulating deep state Epstein Democrats you get at the national office. A lot of these people are just like pissed off local librarians, you know? They act much closer to the average Dem voter than the average Dem politician. In November 2025, seats across Georgia at all levels of government flipped Dem, in many races breaking records, not broken since Jim Crow for Dems. Well, Masaigu, as somebody whose opinion I occasionally respect, I'll ask you, do you think there's a chance that the midterms, that this next election, could flip the House? In Georgia, I mean. GA is one of the states of the shifting blue faster than the rest of the country. Well, we can only hope so. We flipped the GA Power Commission to Dem control. Yeah, but we need more than that, right? I wonder if we could get that Senate flipped over too. As a Georgia resident, I'd say unlikely, but not a 0% chance. Yeah, it's still like 60-40. In both. Close to it. Threatened to shut off electricity to all houses that vote GOP. God, I wish. In a real country. Fair to say you prefer state and local level politics as a source of efficacy on a national level? Well, there's no replacing national efficacy, right? At the end of the day, you know, it is a state. It is a government. But yeah, I think that for the most part, you're probably going to get better action on the local level. That being said, local politics often fails. Look at what happened in Minneapolis, right? The mayor failed, Jacob Frey failed, Tim Walz failed. The only people who really pushed ICE out of the Twin Cities were the people, you know? Look, it's better than nothing.
Brad Raffensperger, when you have an unnamed investigator investigating unknown election issues brought up by whom, about what. What's he going to do with that?
It's not going to go over well. Typically, it's Brad Raffensperger who is tasked with initiating and conducting these investigations here in the state. But there's been an immense amount of friction between the state election board and Brad Raffensperger because Raffensperger's office has investigated and dismissed nearly everything that the state election board has brought to him recently, and certainly dismissed all of the allegations in 2020 or following the 2020 elections after really extensive, lengthy investigations into each of those allegations. And so he has been seen as, I think, a real brick wall in the view of the Republicans on that state election board. And they're going around him by hiring their own investigator to look into what the exact allegations are. I'm not sure, but this is the first state election board meeting since the FBI raid of Fulton County. And so we've all been watching it very, very closely for this exact reason, to see what steps the election board is going to take. What direction does it look like they're taking elections ahead of the 2020 elections? And
God, I wish they could just acknowledge that what they're trying to do is stop a seizure of the election. I know. Again, it's just like, it's so frustrating. Like what we're talking about is the president is actively trying to steal an election. Like they never talk about it with the urgency. The State House Speaker announced her retirement. Bad omen for the GOP. What, today? Georgia House Speaker Pro Tem announced retirement? Oh, shit. That's from today. Okay. That is a bad omen for them. Jesus. First elected to the House in 2002. Speaker Pro Tempore in 2010. She's been around for a while. And she's leaving now? On the eve of what might very well be a blue turnover in the state? That's really bad. Her seat's in a North Atlanta suburb. Wait, I wonder what margin she won by last time. Jan Jones, hold on. Jan Jones. I don't know if I'll be able to find this for like a state house. But I do want to see it. Ballotpedia, Jan Jones, let's see. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing the election results. Oh, no, there we go. Sorry, I didn't. She's still winning by a pretty good margin here. A pretty good margin. Maybe it's not her seeing the writing on the wall. Maybe it's like she's disgusted. Well, let's compare it to previous results. She always wins the primary, 2018. They don't have data going farther back. 20-point win. 20-point win. She's been pretty consistent there. I don't know. That said, these are the districts that are getting 30-plus flips so far. Hey, look, if they flip this district, that basically guarantees that Georgia goes blue. The state of Georgia will go blue, which means they can finally do something about those fucking electors. So, I mean, you know, take this as a watermark. And the fact that the next person to run here won't have the incumbency, you know, benefit, we'll see. Did I say watermark? Did I say it, or did you all just like hear me not say it, if that makes any sense? I did say it? Oh, fuck. That one even... I didn't even try to. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. That cake is clogging your brain? That's not all it's clogging, man. Jesus Christ. I'm lucky to be alive right now, you know? All right. Hold on. There was one more thing that I wanted to look at. I hope you all know right now, just because we didn't talk about Tallarico and Crockett doesn't mean that it's, you know, not on my mind.
If it's Tuesday, voters are voting somewhere, and today that somewhere is Texas, where early voting officially kicks off today ahead of the primary on March 3rd.
Oh, this video is 2 days old. Sorry, I thought I saw this from the 19th. This is early voting's been going on.
There are dozens of federal, state, and local races on the ballot, but all eyes are on the race for the U.S. Senate seat, currently held by John Cornyn. He's facing a multi-candidate primary that includes a significant challenge from Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. Meanwhile, on the Democratic side, State Representative James Tallarico and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett are the two frontrunners for a chance to take on whichever Republican wins that primary.
This is older stuff.
With less than 2 weeks until Election Day, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett was in Austin, the latest stop on her campaign. Her visit and discussion is part of the LPJ School's Conversations with Evan Smith series, drawing a crowd of students and supporters there. The stop in Austin comes amid continued discussion surrounding her primary opponent, State Representative James Tallarico's interview on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert earlier this week. Now, Colbert says the CBS network blocked it from airing, so the show opted instead to post it on YouTube. CBS says it did not stop the interview from airing, but provided legal guidance that broadcasting it could trigger the Federal Communications Equal Time Rule.
I thought this would contain new information. I'm foolish. It's so fucking base that when you search Tallarico on YouTube, you see an 8 million view segment from 2 days ago from Stephen Colbert, and then a 4 million view segment from Stephen Colbert talking about why they didn't broadcast it on TV because of the CBS censorship. Whereas if you YouTube search Crockett, the first thing that pops up is the Tallarico CBS incident. A recap, likewise. Jasmine Crockett herself. Oh, here's the fucking this is the fucking chorus money guy, right? Or was that a different person?
4 years, Jasmine Crockett was
it is, yeah, the deep state fucking
everything that the far left claimed that they wanted in a leader.
Race baiting, how dare you not vote for a black woman, so on and so on.
So there are people telling him now he has a chance.
God, I hope he wins.
That person very well may be Kendall Scudder, chairman of the Texas Democratic Party, who is with us now. I bet you I really wound up with that interview and with that intro, huh?
You know, I'm a Democrat from East Texas. I'm used to monitoring my blood pressure.
I was going to say you're used to being an optimist.
You know, here's the reality. Texas is unique because it is uniquely expensive. It is a state with 20 media markets. The second highest vote deliverer for Democrats in the last election was Texas. I mean, its population is so huge and its geography is so vast. So, yeah, I mean, lots of folks have spent lots of money in the state, but this isn't something that happens overnight. And if you look at the 10-year trend line in Texas elections, it's very clear the direction the state's going. So the solution isn't to pick up all your toys and go home whenever things don't go your way. It's to double down, keep fighting back, and make sure that we continue that trend line moving in the right direction.
Okay, so there wasn't really a national controversy about this Texas Senate race yet, because the general is not till November. But
they tried with Colin Allred and Tallarico. A TikToker was like, Tallarico said something racist around me. I have no evidence, and the way I'm presenting this information comes across as extremely untrustworthy, but, let's go with it. And then Colin Allred was like, of course this is true.
Tallarico and Stephen Colbert, in some way or another, created this situation. And Jasmine Crockett, a congresswoman from Texas who is challenging Tallarico in a bizarre turn of events that I did not have on my 2026 bingo card, Jasmine Crockett is now saying that she agrees with the Trump administration. Take a listen.
That's good framing. That's great framing, dude. Holy shit. Is there ground game in Texas like there is in New York? Fuck no.
I will say that usually when you're behind, that's when you start to do ugly things. We did receive information suggesting that the federal government did not shut down this segment.
Right now, Crockett, as she noted, is ahead by about 5 points. The question is this: is Jasmine Crockett 2026 akin to Herschel Walker 2022 in Georgia? Base loves it, not a chance in the general?
No, I mean, I think if you look at the standardized polling, both of them fare relatively well for a Texas Democrat in November. You could make an argument either way, I think. But when it comes to the back and forth of these primaries, people just need to remember Texas hasn't always been super contentious in November for Democrats. And as it gets more and more contentious, you're going to have fiery and fierier.
I think one of the under-discussed elements of the Tallarico versus Crockett in the general election is that Crockett is a fucking manufacturing plant for controversy. Crockett has said and continues to say really stupid shit that it's really easy to build up controversy around. Like, again, I think that her ability to win the general election just died with that fucking insane black people ain't going back to the plantation, that's what we need Hispanics for comment. Like, that shit on its own, good luck winning the Hispanic vote with that. The Hispanic vote, which is the key to winning over Republicans in a contested seat in Texas. Holy shit, you know? Like, it was, but we're, meanwhile, on the opposite end, like, Tallarico is basically spotless, and Ken Paxton is a massive piece of shit. I think that, like, Ken Paxton could fairly attack Crockett over a bunch of stuff that would look bad to a general audience. Tallarico, by being, you know, a good guy, I think would shine really cleanly compared to Paxton. Or, I mean, if Paxton doesn't win, you know, any Republican, but specifically Paxton, since that's kind of what we're looking at.
Primary elections. I think they're just going to get worse. On the other side, you have Ken Paxton and John Cornyn at each other's throats, making very intentional personal attacks on each other. So I wouldn't say that the Democratic primary is particularly out of the mainstream for how raucous a primary could get. I just think it's kind of par for the course for a primary.
Okay, so best thing that could have ever happened to Tallarico is this Stephen Colbert thing, right?
Well, he's certainly getting a lot of attention right as early voting starts. Early voting opened on Tuesday here. I could make an argument either way. I'm the chairman of the party, so I'm Switzerland here. I love all my Democrats equally. I don't really pick sides.
I just love the concept that we are showing video after video after video of the segment that was allegedly banned, which is obviously sort of this incredible effect that you couldn't have asked for, which Stephen Colbert, who understands at least part of the way the media acts, could have figured out what the result was going to be. Here's Harry Enton on CNN about that.
There's a real Barbra Streisand effect going on here. What are we talking about here? Well, take a look here. Google searches for James Tallarico. In the U.S., up 4,900% today versus Monday. How about in Texas, where you have that key Senate race going on there? Up like a rocket. We're talking about up 1,150%.
Boy, there was the same thing said about Beto O'Rourke for the Senate race in 2018. Same thing said about Beto O'Rourke for the governor's race. Same thing said about Colin Allred's race. I just am trying to figure out how you raise money. Is it basically because people just want to be angry and think that this mythical red Texas wall is going to fall?
No, I mean, look, I will say...
Hold on. Getting a Democratic senator in Texas is the Texas wall falling. That's one of the most consequential outcomes we could possibly get from an election in Texas. It's more important than the governor. You know, like that's huge.
Both of our candidates here, both Crockett and Tallarico, are very savvy on media, and that is very beneficial to Democrats in Texas, regardless of who the nominee is, and our ability to fundraise and make this state more contentious. But what I'll say is, as I said earlier, the trend line's moving in the right direction.
Hold on. You say that. I'm going to give you the last 30 seconds. Trump in 2024, plus 13.6, the biggest margin of victory in a presidential race in 2 decades. That doesn't sound like a trend line.
Well, that is one data point.
I think that has more to do with Kamala Harris than it does with Donald Trump, to be honest with you.
On a trend line. I said a 10-year trend line says that the party's moving in the right direction here. The point that I want to make...
Wouldn't it be the left direction?
Sure.
We're being a bunch of real goofy goobers over here, aren't we?
I'll give you that.
All right, we'll give you that. I got to run.
Thank you for watching.
No. Hello, Cuomo. All right. Okay. I hate how many liberals are sucking Crockett's dick. Listen, man, it's mostly chorus people, okay? On the other hand, excuse me, the state Dem chair, in my opinion, this interview came off to me like a pretty clear endorsement of Tallarico. The whole thing is about Tallarico. He can't explicitly endorse Tallarico, but like, you know, I don't know, the tone here, maybe it's Cope. I feel like the tone here lent itself to that impression, you know? Are the Cuomo's brothers? Yeah. He personally can't endorse, but the entire state Dem congressional delegation endorsed Tallarico, so read from that what you will. Yeah. Well. God bless him. YouTube.
Democratic State Representative James Tallarico of Texas says his campaign for U.S. Senate raised $2.5 million in the 24-hour period following his unaired appearance on CBS's The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. That amount marks the largest fundraising day of his entire campaign. Unintended consequences. And State Representative Tallarico joins us now. Representative, thanks so much for being with us. Hey, tell me.
It's so fucking cool that this gets to be the news cycle for the entire primary. You know? The FCC really did Tallarico a solid here, those fucking idiots.
When did you learn that your interview on CBS was going to be scrapped?
Well, we scheduled the interview with the Late Show weeks ago, and then a few days beforehand, they informed us that CBS wasn't going to allow it to air and that it would be on YouTube. And I was really proud of Stephen Colbert and of the Late Show for talking about that decision by CBS on the air and alerting Americans to this threat to our First Amendment, to our freedom of speech, because a threat to any of our First Amendment rights is a threat to all of our First Amendment rights. And there's a reason it's the First Amendment and not the Second or the Third or the Fourth or the Fifth, because it allows us to safeguard all our other rights, all our other freedoms. And so I'm really glad that so many Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike, are speaking out against this kind of government censorship.
Representative, how many more people got to see that interview because of the controversy surrounding it?
Many millions more than probably would have seen it otherwise. And that's important because this threat to the freedom of speech is so much bigger than our campaign. It's so much bigger than the Late Show. This is really a fundamental threat to our freedoms in this country. And so we need every American to understand the threat and to speak out against it. And I'm really thankful that people are joining our campaign in Texas. I'm glad that people are signing up in ways all over the country to be able to push back against this extremism and this corruption. And if folks want to continue to join what we're doing here in Texas, they can go to our website. They can sign up to donate. They can sign up to volunteer. I know you mentioned the fundraising number, but maybe what I'm most proud of is that we had 2,000 people sign up to volunteer for our campaign in the 24 hours after the Colbert interview. And so people are ready to
go. God bless them. I guess I just don't, I'm feeling confident in him because I haven't really seen anyone articulate a good reason to vote for Crockett, you know? Like, the people who support Crockett online, their main argument seems to be like, well, she's a black woman, so you better. And I haven't really seen like a pitch, you know? People seem excited. Who you're excited about does make a big difference. I'm going to volunteer for Tallarico this weekend. In fact, nice! Very, very nice. Very nice. But she is a black woman? That is true. That is true, you know? Tallarico stocks are surging. Walsh is also a black woman? That's also true. Yeah, that's also true. All right. Well, maybe NBC Porky. Talked about Bobby Cole. I haven't really paid much attention to the governor's race in Texas. It doesn't seem like a very viable... I don't know. It's hard to imagine Abbott getting ousted anytime soon. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. MGS2? No, it's been nearly 4 hours. I got to read donos, my friend. We have to read donos. We have to riff for a moment. Don't you guys want to riff? I saw this while I was scrolling. It's a great example of how there really are no hard set rules when it comes to dressing well. Take a look at this fella. Okay, for one, I think we should note, looks very comfortable, despite the, formal wear. Look at this. You've got like a camel, like a plaid camel, and a light blue shirt, and a paisley tie, and orange loafers, and brown socks, and gray trousers. I think this looks phenomenal, to be honest. It looks very, very, relaxed. Very relaxed, very, very cozy. Very, like, party-esque. It looks great, Those are loafers? Yeah, those are... Oh, wait, are they? Oh, no, you're right. They're, what are they called? Monk straps? You're right. Sorry, I didn't look that close. Well, they could also be loafers, whatever. Very mismatched? I don't think so. Is that a monk strap that is a loafer? No, it has a buckle on the sides. It does have a very 70s look to it, yeah, for sure. Who wears a suit to a party? Basically everyone, up until, I don't know, the 1980s. Excuse me. Got my sister to vote for Tallarico on the 3rd instead of Crockett because of you. Nice. We talked about her support for Israel, and I showed her the link you showed yesterday with Matt. That is phenomenal. I'm really, really happy to hear that did it. I'm happy to hear that did it. Super, super rad. Minus 1 billion to Israel, God willing. I was hyped up on loafer energy. Dye Workwear just put out another guide on buying good loafers for like less than $400, which is great because a lot of people don't want to spend more than $400 on a pair of shoes. Around 230 from Meerman. Handmade in the USA, Hancourt, Rancourt, European, Grant Stone. Really good stuff here. Retiring incumbent in Illinois withdrew her endorsement of a candidate because they took money from AIPAC. Fucking based. God willing, we can get this kind of energy for J Street donations eventually too. How do you feel about boat shoes? I like them. They're not really my thing personally, but I do like them. Oh, I've seen it, Mr. DNA. I know exactly what you're referring to just from your description. Oh, God help me. Boat shoes are douchey? I think they can be, but I think they can also look good. It is true that they're like heavily associated with, I don't know, frat boy dickishness, but a lot of old Ivy League style stuff was as well, and I think a lot of that can look good. Anyway, I'm going to read donos. Wonky Fungul, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Happy to provide all that free entertainment. Really appreciate that. 1 second. Sansway Official, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Congratulations on breaking the white name curse for yourself. The Drauger and Julius Fan 90, thank you for the $5 both. Hey, busy teacher here. Just want to say thanks. I rely on you and a few others for honest reflections on news, and you don't disappoint. Much respect. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Hope that teaching is going well. No, that's a tough job. Much tougher than mine. The Draugr, thank you for the $5. I will probably play Metal Gear 1 and 2 at some point myself, but I probably won't play those in stream. I think I'm a little bit Metal Geared out on stream. Oves, I like the stuff you wear, but it's too European for me. I don't think there's a damn thing wrong with what you're showing me here, and I love how well worn they are, but you don't... I like the Americana stuff, you know? That being said, you can see the Cordovan. Look at Uves loves to brag. They with Jan Van Essek, very fancy pants, European clothing. And look at that. You can tell the quality of the leather real quick just looking at this. Now, this is not an American style. This is contemporary. You know, this is fancy pants, modern bullshit, you know? This is all a single piece of leather. So I'm going to assume this was like $1,200 or something. Late game cosmetic, true. Several thousand, but yes. Uves, I notice you've got a white name. Is there any particular reason why that is? I don't see you in my dono feed that often. Mr. Several $1,000 shoes. You banned me when I got a sub last time. I'm positive you deserved it. Several $1,000, but yes. Motherfucker. Piece of shit. Trout Dealer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Bosch was so right in April 16, 2019, and he's just been proven more so and more right ever since. It's been lovely seeing the world catch up with me, you know? It really has. Corpse Garden, thank you for the $5. I couldn't get an absentee ballot on time because I'm retarded, but I convinced a bunch of friends back home to vote Tallarico. Nice! Blex is coming, inshallah. God willing, you know? You can take credit for that if he wins, but if he loses by 1 vote, you'll know it was you. Huckleberry Jim, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Have you been to a Mariners game yet, Vosh? One Piece night is March 31st. You get a sick jersey with a promo ticket. They're going all the way this year. Nah, it's okay. I'm not really a sports guy, to be honest. I think I'd be taking up a seat that somebody else would deserve more than me, you know? Wouldn't get much out of it. Vuvliana, too, thank you for the $5. Vosh Vidya is a black girl's name. If you know, you know. It's true. It's true. Deep lore, you know? Deep lore. No one appreciates it. Sake, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Normally, I would not entertain your donation for watching a YouTube video, but in this case, I am interested in its contents. Hello, hello. Early access trailer for Slay the Spire 2. Normally, I don't like watching trailers because I like to stay out of the hype cycle, but it's Slay the Spire 2. It's a sequel. I kind of have an idea of what we're going in with. Hello. My favorite character. Blup, blup. Dude, they're fucking her up. Her ass is dead. She's gonna have to go back and ask the whale for 99 gold or whatever. There he is. Fogmog. Holy shit, it's fucking party-based now. Or like okay, multiplayer. This is multiplayer. I never play multiplayer, but that's super cool. It's a fucking guy. Oh my god. The defect got fat. They big chungused the defect. This and eugenics are probably going to be the roguelike, you know, mega contenders for the year. You know, like this is where the big battle is going to be fought. I'm hyped. Defect is back. Let's go. I do media for James Tallarico's team, and he's genuinely the nicest, maybe too nice. He really is great. I'm in Cali doing media all the way from here. You guys can get active no matter where you are. You encouraged me in the first place to get really involved. Really? Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. You could be lying, but why would anyone lie about that? That's so nice. I'm happy that you've gotten involved. Maybe James is a little bit too nice, but you know, if those instincts keep him headed in the right direction, you know, all right, God bless him. I mean, better than Crockett, right? No, I really do like Tallarico. I do. I really do. Excuse me. Have you played the board game for Slay the Spire? No, I have not. The Ghostmaker, thank you for the $5. An old friend of my dad's is running against Lauren Boebert in Colorado's 4th Congressional. It's a long shot, and Lobacher is no progressive, but I'll take it. Nice! Well, you got to support him just through adjacency. Sorry, I feel like I'm fighting off the hiccups for some reason. You should play Slay the Spire on stream so we can make fun of you for dying to the gremlin knob. Listen, buddy, okay? I've reached Ascension 20. Don't you fucking at me, all right? Rhino Forever 16, thank you for the incredibly kind $30 dono. Day 3 of donating progressively more money until Metal Gear Solid 2. I'm sorry we keep asking. Are you familiar with the concept of a negative incentive? Is the donation amount increasing linearly? Is it increasing exponentially? All right, last time. No, just 2 or 3 or possibly 7 more of those and I would have buckled. Nah, I want to play soon. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. You goofball. You people are so silly. YouTube Studio. This is a one-time notice. Your finalized earnings in AdSense have been adjusted for invalid traffic to keep the platform working for creators, advertisers, and viewers. No! They found out about my bot army. Rip. USAID cuts are finally hitting. Fuck! You're gonna repo your pants? You better not. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £5. Remember, folks, it takes 3 months from plant to harvest your own potatoes, and most fruit can be made into wine. Become ungovernable/insufferable. Well, most of you are at least half of that, I would say. Sean Riordan, Lorenzo McCoy, and Sean Riordan again, thank you for the $2. I really, really appreciate that. Luigi's gonna drown in pussy if he gets out. Is he gay or bi? I thought he was gay. Well, guys have pussies now because of woke, so, you know, that's also a possibility, I suppose. He's ace? I guess people can be that too. Game Politician, thank you for the $5. Apinav Bharadwaj. Sorry for the hesitation with the pronunciation. You know, I'm but a filthy gaijin. Thank you for the 200, 400, and then 100 Indian rupee. Thank you. Just, I look at INR. Do I know what that is? Am I stupid? Yes. Okay, but you got to trust in the power of Democrats to sell us out to AI jury trials. Yeah, probably. We'll see. So far, efforts on that front have been resisted, but we'll see. Do you still check your emails? I sent an email some time ago about your reach compared to others in the space, according to Social Blade. TLDR, BTC is about 12 times your reach and views. You got to up your shorts game. I did see that, but I didn't respond because you did email me saying like, dog, did you know your view count's getting blown the fuck out by a channel with 4 million subscribers? I guess I read it and I was like, you're right. I'm not the biggest boy. And then I closed it. I mean, I do check my emails. I read all of them, but I don't know. It kind of felt like you were spiting me a little bit there. Like, I know. Got up your shorts game. You know, we've been putting out more shorts lately. And by we, I mean my editors. Not like I make them, you know. I mean, I make the original content that gets cut into shorts, but, you know, you get me. You get me. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Crack Pipe Prometheus. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. We're watching in real time a rapid slide into fully autonomous warfare. This is a prelude to the highest death tolls in the history of warfare. Potentially, we'll see. I don't really know. It's not fully autonomous. It's more like they're not really putting the effort into pretending that it's not what people would perceive as autonomous. You know? I don't know. It's difficult to wrap my head around, to be honest. Very weird shit. Buff Weeb, thank you for the $2. Dread and Despair, thank you for the 20 pesos. You should collab with Diego Ruzarin in a podcast. I don't know who that is. If there's an interest on Diego's end and he reaches out, then sure. But you know, I don't know him. I can't really say. For the most part, when I get emails from people asking to collab, I shut them down because I think they're ridiculous and I don't respect them. I can't even joke about them on stream because, like, you people never work with me. I could say, guys, I got an email. This guy, he wants to pay me $5, and all I have to do is, you know, for 12 hours on camera, you have to answer questions while hitting yourself in the head with a rock. And you people would all be like, what the fuck? You turn that down? As though I have no dignity whatsoever, you know? I can't like commiserate with you guys about the environment out there for collaborations, because if I try to, you guys are like, you turn down the opportunity to humiliate yourself and suffer for our entertainment? Yeesh. This is where I shouldn't. How many people are viewing? Too many people are viewing this right now for me to complain. But I guess I only think that because I like her. If I didn't like her, then it wouldn't matter at all. Yeah, I guess I'll say it. Has anyone been seeing Cassie Pritchard like arguing with people on the TL lately? I didn't realize she posted about it this much. Jesus Christ. I have no idea who that is. Cassie Pritchard, big brain lady. You know, big round brain, lots of wrinkles. Not super round, right? Because it's sort of like corrugated. Smart lady. You know, I've taken a lot of her opinions, but sometimes she is like so fucking doomer about, especially about trans rights. She's trans. And she's been arguing, my timeline is full of her arguing that, like, the Democrats are really good on trans rights, and it's unreasonable to accuse them of being bad on them. Uh-oh. Okay, that's why there's discourse. I found it. Transports is something where even Democrats don't agree with the activists. It's 60-25 in favor of restrictions on participation. Meanwhile, the common wisdom on trans Twitter is the Democrats would sell us out in a heartbeat for even one more vote, because it sounds very hardline to say that. It's also totally dishonest. Whatever the Dems' many other faults, they're weirdly sticking on this issue so far. No one wants to admit this. You're not allowed to admit it, but the political incentive to throw us under the bus has been there for some years now, and yet Dems elected remain pretty Dem electeds remain pretty reliable thus far. They've hemmed and hawed and toyed with the idea of selling us out lately, but we haven't actually seen legislation happen. It's not really a legislation thing, though. It'd be a losing legislation point. It's more of like failing to actively defend, you know? There's no... The Dems aren't failing to acquiesce to pressure because there's no pressure from the left to pass anti-trans legislation. So failing to do so doesn't mean they're really like holding up under pressure. It's more a matter of like, you know, acquiescence on their part, right? Like they're not doing anything or saying anything. The rhetoric is what matters, you know? She cares more about policy than narrative. Yeah, but like, we're not really talking about policy when we criticize the Dems on this. I think for the most part, what people are talking about what I talk about is the lack of rhetoric, the bad rhetoric, you know? Like famously, of course, Kamala Harris saying that she would follow the law with regard to trans people. The thing is like, public opinion follows public discourse. The Democrats gave up on trans people. They gave up on defending trans people. And as a consequence, public opinion shifted, you know? I'm not saying every elected Dem needs to go out there and, you know, nail themselves to the cross on the hill of, you know, let completely pre-transition trans women compete in high school against cis women or whatever. You know, you don't need to take the maximalist position. I think it's more that like, the Democrats, and by the Democrats, I mean like the Democratic Party, do not feel like a party that positively and actively promotes civil rights. It feels like they defend civil rights as a matter of course, like an obvious thing, you know, like as a legal necessity or as a like a morally obvious conclusion, but they never feel like true advocates, which is unfortunate because that's what a lot of people who vote Dem want them to be. You know what I mean? They want Democrats to be hardline, like moralists, advocating for abortion rights, LGBT rights of all kinds. But again, like a lot of them politicians are dinosaurs. They're wealthy, straight, white men for whom a lot of these issues are just like, you know, consultancy driven. The same way that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, you know, famously refused to accept or defend gay marriage for years and years until the polling shifted enough on it that they could get away with, like, that's not a real advocate. You know, you can't only be in favor of civil rights the moment the population is in favor of it. Then you're not really an advocate. You're an opportunist. They're all straight white men. Harris is still a straight white man. That is true. Harris is a straight white man. That is true. But we haven't actually seen legislation happen, not even on sports, which is crazy. If they were really assured and calculated on this, you'd expect Newsom to push and sign a sports ban now. I think this is beneath her, man. This is kind of dumb, right? There literally nowhere in America would a Dem politician benefit from passing an anti-trans sports bill, right? Like, that's just not, like, nowhere, in what state, what level of office with, like, the implication here is that the Dems are so pro-trans that they're taking an L by not putting forward a bill restricting trans people's rights. But that's just not a dynamic that's playing out. They're not, like, leaving votes on the table by refusing to do that. I don't understand. I feels like sometimes she's very, like, pessimistic and you know, concessionary on trans rights. She said some stuff before along those lines, like it's okay if nobody really thinks you're a woman because them pretending to is part of the social construct or whatever. And it's, I don't know. I'm not trying to vent too much. It's just, you see the discourse and, you know, she's smart. If she was stupid but I liked her, I wouldn't talk about it. But she's smart, so that's different, right? Is that River? Do you also think this is assimilationist garbage? Do you also think this is assimilationist? Come on. Are you coming in or not? Because I have the door closed. You have to make a choice. Okay, I'm closing the door again. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I can't let her go in. I'm trying to close. She's not going in. She walked off. Honestly. So indecisive. Tell her I said hi. I will next time. I will next time. And what's our attitude? Fuck the Dems, they're scum who hate us, lol. I swear we're a suicidal constituency. We actively work to repel even the inexplicably solid allies we have. I think that's like really dumb. That's pretty bad. I don't know. It's an insane sentiment. It is an insane sentiment, you know? The Dems are not solid allies. Well, for one, there are lots of legitimate reasons to hate the Democrats. Obviously, like a ton here. The idea that like the Democrats are holding out on passing anti-trans legislation is just not true. Like that would be an electoral win for them. That's not the case. Suicidal constituency for pointing out the Dems are bad allies. We have unambiguously the most pro-trans major / recently ruling political party in the world. The Democrats are literally as good as it gets in terms of major party support anywhere on earth for us. Everyone will get mad at me for saying it, but it's a fact. I don't think that's a fact. I don't think that's a fact. As good as it gets is like a pretty bad sentiment to adopt as a progressive in any context, right? I don't really understand what would drive a person to. I don't get the push there, you know. I would argue Spain has done much better. Well, for one, like I think the premise is flawed. Even if the Dems were the absolute best, I think the premise is flawed because that wouldn't mean you couldn't be mad at them for doing like not doing enough. You know, what if we went back to the 90s? What about the 80s? Like, if find the most pro-gay country in like 1942 or something, right? Like, where does that logic take you? You know. And I bet you the best option on the table then was still pretty homophobic. 1840, go to 1633, whatever. There's that, you know, for one. And for two, I think that the Democrats fail in particular because they're meant to be the opposition to what is literally the epicenter of the global fascist movement right now. American conservatism informs the conservatism of almost every country on earth, right? It's one of the major power blocks in terms of money, in terms of rhetoric, right? Like, you know, right-wing parties in Europe, they take their money from Russia, they take their talking points from America. American conservatism isn't just like a one-party, you know, one nation thing. It's part of a global movement, and the Democrats are like really bad at pushing back against it. Like, the Democrats theoretically have the ability to do the same but in reverse, a beacon of global liberalism, pushing back against the sentiment, but they're really bad at it, you know? So it's more like the Democrats are failing to meet the challenge, but the challenge in this case really needs to be met, you know? It's not just like an anti-trans sentiment in fucking Bulgaria or whatever, you know, where it's like kind of like regionally limited and you're fighting in that context, you know? The way the America goes, the world goes to a large extent. There's a larger battle here, you know? Oh boy. Sometimes you just have to write an article. Feels like Dems are in a no-win situation on trans rights. The left judges the Dems based on Matt Iglesias and Seth Moulton, says they hate us and want us dead. Okay, man, this is a really broad characterization. All of the left judges the Dems off people like Matt Iglesias, say they hate us and want us dead. I don't think that's true. I engage in some pretty hyperbolic language, but for the most, okay, chat, I'm actually asking you because I say a lot of shit, right? I'm asking you to check me on this. I've said they hate you and want you dead about Republicans with regard to trans people many times, and I'm right. With Dems, I think usually the rhetoric is more along the lines of like, they're doing a bad job, or they don't care about you, or their support for you is cynical and consultancy driven rather than ideologically principled. It's usually about them being weak or dishonest, not about them wanting you dead. Now, are there some Dems who care so little they might as well want you dead? Yeah, sure. But I think that like the broader characterization I engage in is a lot more, you know, there is a difference. No, you say the Dems hate us more than Republicans? No. That's in a different context. I think the Dems are more contemptuous of their voters than Republicans are. And I do think that. I think that Republicans, to an extent, Republican politicians fear their voters, and Democratic politicians are openly contemptuous of them. But that's not really on a progressive versus reactionary scale. That's more of a like how they engage with the democratic process and civil society. You're insinuating they would drop trans people the moment it would reach 49% popularity, which, like, in a lot of respects is kind of what happened, right? When Biden took over, you had a sharp drop in the support for like immigration, naturalization of non-citizen or of illegal immigrants, right? Giving them a path to citizenship, trans rights, a lot of like cultural power was held by the right, and the Dems got really quiet about it. I don't think the Dems would have ever benefited from being openly anti-trans. Like, take a look at what Gavin Newsom's done. Gavin Newsom's anti-trans statements to Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk got him a huge amount of backlash in California. So I don't think that the Dems are like gonna shift over to being openly anti-trans. The whole point is that it's a corporate uniparty where the Republicans and Democrats both try to push pro-corporate agendas using a veil to distract you, the culture war, right? That's a simplification, but I think that's like generally true. At least a version of it is true, you know? So the Republicans are on one side of the culture war, the Dems are on their side, and the Dems don't really go like anti-trans or anti-gay. It's more like they get quiet about it as they try to pick their battles, which I think is bad, because I think that if you're authentically a progressive, you should be aggressively for it all the time, you know? Mamdani won the mayorship after defeating the Uniparty. He waved a trans flag, you know, not just a progressive pride flag, but a trans flag while marching with Degage out there in the streets of New York City. I'm not trying to be mean to Cassie, okay? I just think that Cassie's like very like it's like sort of like persistent low IQ pessimism specifically on this issue. It's, you know, I'm just, no, she is very wrong here for sure. Andy Beshear in Kentucky has vetoed anti-trans bills, yet this is not seen as the Dems being solid in our issues, but as a good politician bucking the craven and mendacious Democratic Party. I have never seen a person say this. I have never seen a person in my life, I've never seen a person say that Andy Beshear being weirdly pro-trans is him bucking the Democratic Party. I've never seen that. So I don't know. There's nothing they could do. Every other Dem congressperson and senator could vote for a bill with everything we want in it. But as long as Fetterman and Glusimpan Perez dissented and they had the support of the Welcome Pact, they'd say the Dems hate us. There's nothing they could do. There's nothing they could do. There's nothing they could do. The Dems, nothing. There's nothing at all, like rhetorically, that they could do. I don't know. Such a weird argument. I mean, it's there's certainly nothing the Dems will do if we take this attitude towards them, you know. Oh my God. Matt Iglesias, you may have to stop posting for electoral reasons. Well, that is true. That is true. So it's probably like poor form of me to go over this. These tweets have like a few dozen likes, and there are a lot of people watching right now. But you know, at what point do you become a public intellectual? Sheesh. Okay, these are in the single likes. The single like areas. It's still a good thing to talk about the concept anyway. For sure, 100% it is. And I think that, yeah, I don't know. Anybody who thinks the Democratic Party wants to kill all trans people is obviously either dumb or being hyperbolic. That's ridiculous. The Democratic Party, by and large, is pretty progressive when compared to other comparable parties across the Western world, and very progressive when compared to the liberal-facing parties in like the not Western world. So that has to be acknowledged. The problem, I think, is how like craven and cynical it was for them to drop active support for trans people the moment like Trump's first term in office ended. You know, like there was so much inauthentic support for trans people all through Trump's first term because it was seen as part of a broader push against Trump and what he represented culturally. But as soon as Biden was in charge and he was the one getting criticized as the president, Biden, of course, being very, very, very weak, can't speak, can't advocate, can't use the bully pulpit, they pulled back on a lot of their advocacy. You start getting think pieces about how trans people might be the weakest link for the progressive coalition. You start to see, you know, a dimming of that advocacy. And unfortunately, that stuff matters a lot. You have to be loud about being a progressive. It's not you can't, being a progressive, especially in the context of being in public office, has very, in my opinion, like very much not about policy, because for one, Congress does nothing anyway. Like, good luck. Well, if all you could do as a congressperson is policy, then you can't do anything except the fucking budget bill every year, you know? Like, then you have no power at all. Like, obviously the bully pulpit is a big part of your power, you know? It's different if you're like a governor or maybe like the Senate pro tempore in the state legislature or whatever. Like, if you have some local power maybe, but broadly, especially on the national stage, it's about advocacy. It's about changing people's minds, you know? And a lot of them just don't really bother to do that. When was the last time you guys saw a Democratic politician make an earnest, active pro-trans argument? Not them saying that a Republican was doing a bad thing by being transphobic, but the affirmative argument, you know? Genuinely, it's been a while since I've seen it. I'm sure it's happening, but I am not seeing it that often. You know? Mamdani? Okay, apart from Mamdani. We obviously like Mamdani, you know? But no, I mean it. Like, it's pretty uncommon, right? You'd think that if Dems were, like, ideologically committed enough to defending trans people, that they would defend them in the context of policy, that they would be, you know, they would be making active cases. But in fairness, Dems don't really do this for anything. Dems don't really do this for gay rights. Dems don't really do this for abortion rights. There was a wave after Roe v. Wade was revoked, but they don't really, like, even when they talk about abortion rights, often I feel like the Dems are mostly outraged by the legal precedent. You know what I mean? Like, the thing that they get upset about isn't really, like, the moral crime of what's being done to women and trans guys and non-binaries, etc., you know, whatever. But rather, like, I can't believe the Republicans overturned that. I think, you know what might be nice to do in a stream? I think it might be nice to go back and look at what advocacy for civil rights looked like back in the 1980s and 1990s through Reagan, Bush Sr., and during the AIDS epidemic, because there were pro-gay politicians back then. Fewer, obviously. They were very much, like, maligned back then. But in spite of, at the time, gay rights being less popular than trans rights are today, there were some people who were, like, very outspoken, very active. You know, and that was sort of an example of that authentic advocacy that you don't really see today, except from people like Mamdani, I guess. Jesus, Jordan, I'm sorry to hear that. Hello, onion person. Oh, the battle. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi. Oh my, this chain was in response to a tweet, not even a post on its own. Good Lord. It's hard out here for an illiterate such as myself. Why is it only about policy? Advocacy is very, very, very important. You can't tell me most Americans are going to be okay with HRT for people under 18. Can I pitch something that I can't really prove at you? I think that if the Democrats had played their cards better, most Americans would be okay with that. I think the only reason that they're not, because again, being prescribed HRT when you're 16 or 17 is just another medical procedure. It's just another thing you can go to the doctor. You say, you know, doctor, twist my leg around so my foot faces backwards. I don't, you know, whatever. People get all kinds of stuff done, you know. The only reason it's not being treated like a regular medical procedure, which it is because of the culture war. And I think that the Dems did a really fucking bad job with the culture war, man. The Dem messaging, like, there essentially none of the pro-trans sentiment in this country stems from the Democratic Party. It stems from other forms of culture, like art, musicians, people in Hollywood, stuff like that, you know? They spread a message, a positive message outward. But the reactionary sentiment in this country almost always stems from the Republican Party, you know? They direct it, which makes you wonder if the Democratic Party was as powerful culturally as the Republican Party, which there's no reason they couldn't be, would we not have won that culture war? Like, seriously, you know? The Democratic Party plus the entire, like, you know, the culture industries aligned against what? Republican boomers? Kid Rock? I feel like we could have won it, man. And we still will in the long run. We still will. I just think we could have won it a lot faster and saved ourselves a lot of time and trouble. If the Dems advocated for, oh, it's censored because of your foul mouth. Hormone replacement therapy, 100% support. Shut the fuck up, Sake. Piece of shit. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Anyway, sorry for dogging on Cassie. I hate this attitude. Twitter drama parentheses. Why did I just type out parentheses? Second channel for sure. Okay, I gotta finish donos. I didn't intend for that to be a whole thing in the thing. Mr. Sad Music, thank you for the $5. Jesse Singh, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Anime 3806, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Nice. Robert White, thank you for the super kind $20. Have we ever had a president and administration this determined to undermine democracy in such a brazen way? No, not even close, no. There is no administration that is anywhere near as corrupt or anti-democratic as this one, and nothing else even comes close, so comparison really only serves to benefit the Trump administration, like even remotely, like they're so far apart. Mr. Sad Music again, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. No, I think that people are pushing for Tallarico right now, even within the Democratic Party. Aran Dali, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Really appreciate that. Happy to hear you enjoyed the Calvin Ball reference. Trying to keep a couple of positive, bullets loaded in the chamber. Crackpipe Prometheus, thank you for the $5. Really, really appreciate that. We'll see if we get drone swarms anytime soon. Drone swarms. Sorry, I'm stupid. And Destroy Jordan, thank you for the $5. Did you see where Trump said Obama was giving classified info for talking about aliens? I did see that clip, yeah, but I don't think it means anything. I think that Trump's just old. He's just senile and his brain don't work, Trump does not have secret info about there being aliens because if he did, he would have leaked it already. It's just as simple as that. It's just factually, flatly, across the board, Hypothetical Hippo, thank you for the $5. YouTube loading weird because you have ad blockers installed, even if disabled. Ugh. Dude, oh my God. Jesus. So annoying. Always some fucking change they're putting through. You have YouTube Premium? Yeah, but I have ad blocker loaded onto Chrome for other websites, a lot of the news sites that I look at, they would be unviewable without ad blocker. There's just insane shit being pitched in the sides. Ugh. All right. I love you all very much. I hope all of you take care. Remember to drink lots and lots of water. I've got to go. I've got to go grocery shop. There's lots of stuff I have to do, folks. Lots of stuff I have to do, Everyone take care. This peasant horse still uses Chrome. I might actually switch off Chrome soon because lately it has been getting insufferable, like unmanageable, the amount of RAM that it's been using. Genuinely, like it's using like 40% of my graphics card just to have a couple of Chrome windows open. It's unbelievable. What should I do? Firefox? Should I do Firefox? Firefox the plan. Okay. Yeah, sorry. RAM is getting too expensive for me to use Chrome anymore. All right. Everyone take care. Take care. I love you all very much. Please enjoy yourselves. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you either tomorrow or the day after. I don't know what I'm planning just yet, okay? I don't know what I'm planning. All right. Take care.